Good afternoon, everyone. We welcome you here at She Speaks Power, and we would like to invite our esteemed panel today to please come on stage. We would like to invite Dr. Shalini Pathak, Ms. Astha Jakia, Ms. Priyanka Eron, and also Dr. Srimati and Ranjana ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Ishita Dhiman, along with my co-host Ishita Dham, are honored to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, faculty members, and everyone present here today. In a world driven by innovation and rapid technological change, women leaders are breaking barriers, redefining possibilities, and leading the charge toward a more inclusive and forward thinking future. As industry evolved at an unprecedented pace, women leaders are not just participating in the digital revolution, they are driving it with vision, resilience, and purpose. Today's panel, She Speaks Power, welcome Women Leading the Digital Revolution celebrates the remarkable impact of women who are shaping the future of technology, innovation, and digital transformation. We are honored to have with us Dr. Srimati and Ranjana ma'am, Scientist H and Director, Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management, DRDO, as the chair for this session. Her guidance and leadership continue to inspire excellence. We also extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, Professor Dr. Arvinder Kaur, Dr. Shalini Pathak, Ms. Astha Jagi, and Ms. Priyanka. I would also like to introduce our moderator for the session, Dr. Natasha Hasteed ma'am, Deputy Director Academics, Head of Department of Information Technology, a visionary leader and academician who has been instrumental in driving research and excellence in AI and emerging technology. She will be steering today's conversation and ensuring an engaging and insightful discussion. Without further ado, I invite her to take over and lead us into this powerful dialogue. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to our distinguished panel, to panelists, to the dignitaries who are watching us online, my dear students, and to everyone in this hall. It is wonderful to have you all today join us this session, She Speaks Power. We warmly welcome you all to the session on women leading the digital revolution. The digital revolution is not just about algorithms or platforms. It is about leadership, vision, and impact. Today's session celebrates women who are not only participating in digital transformation, but actively shaping its direction. At a time when digital technologies are redefining industries and societies, Women leaders are driving this change from deep research labs and classrooms of learning to chip design, enterprise IT, and startup ecosystems. We are privileged to have with us an extraordinary panel representing the full spectrum of the digital ecosystem: research and development, academia, the semiconductor industry, global IT services, and also from the startup world. Each of our panelists brings a unique lens, yet they are united by a common purpose to innovate, to lead, and to create meaningful change through technology. Today's conversation, my dear students, is going to be about their journeys, their challenges, breakthroughs, and most importantly, the future that women leaders are building in the digital age. Through discussions and by sharing their story, we aim to shed light on the remarkable journeys, celebrate their achievements, and inspire young leaders amongst you all to break barriers and lead the future of technology. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our esteemed panelists for today's discussion. We have Dr. N. Ranjana, a highly respected scientist, an outstanding scientist, and the director of the Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management at DRDO, India. Please put your hands together, everyone, to welcome Dr. N. Ranjana, ma'am, who will be chairing this session. Her pioneering work in advancing futuristic technologies has garnered international acclaim. Her expertise spans mission-critical software verification, missile and naval systems, and national-level technology foresight, shaping India's defense R&D and innovation roadmap. We have the honor of having Dr. Arvinder, who was late in traffic. She might be joining us a little late. We have with us Dr. Shalini Pathak, who is a senior principal engineer and the member of the technical staff at ST Microelectronics. Please put your hands together to welcome her. With over 25 years of experience in automotive and embedded system on chip design, she leads the design for testability methodology initiatives, contributing across the complete chip development lifecycle with strong academics and industry expertise. We are really honored to have you here. Thank you for joining us on this panel. We have on the panel Ms. Priyanka Aaron. She is the co-founder and the chief executive officer at Thrive Global AI. With over 2 decades of experience leading digital transformations and AI-driven initiatives across global enterprises, she is widely recognized for driving innovation in enterprise intelligence and for her leadership in scaling technology-led business solutions. Please put your hands together to welcome her. And our next panelist is from an IT company, Ms. Asta Jagia, Vice President and Global Practice Lead for Consumer Banking at Genpact. We warmly welcome you. Please put your hands together for Ms. Asta. She leads AI-driven transformation initiatives across consumer banking domain. She brings deep expertise in operations strategy, digital transformation, and global business development, shaping data-driven solutions for large-scale financial services enterprise. Now, to commence the proceeding of today's session, I invite Dr. N. Ranjana, ma'am, to please give an opening remark. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I want to once again congratulate Natasha for organizing this, and I think this is the second time on the She Speaks panel I am there. I think, but glad to have all my co-panelists with me, highly esteemed workers, I would say, the ant workers who are driving the innovation and technology very silently and without making any noise. So welcome on the panel. My take on some of these issues which are emerging, the technology is changing day by day, and we are really gasping for breath that how do we accommodate all these changes into our life, either at the research or at the practical application. And these are the ladies who are actually driving it from the front to practical application, and we are here to see to it that some of the research goes into the practical scenarios. So this is something today we have segmented ourselves in certain areas. Now, if you see, if you think about where did the computing start from, if you have heard the name of Ada Lovelace, she was the first women programmer who actually invented the Ada. So, I mean, I just want to make this as a point that women have it in them, or the for the digital part of it, they are also the core innovators from where it came from. The second thing, which probably is my internet knowledge, I'm not verified the fact, but it's very inspiring that the lady who solved the internet protocol where the all the packets were going haywire to give an order to the internet protocol so that the right packet is delivered at the right place is also a lady, and who solved all these difficult problems. The third point which I want to make is how many of know we all know what are our Vedas, the four Vedas that we talk about. There are so many Vedas which are written, the couplets which are written by the female rishis, and they are like 23 of them who have contributed to the original Rig Veda itself. So it's the science and technology is built into our society, and we are here to contribute. Following the steps that we have been, which our culture itself encourages from many years, and as on today. Coming back to India, Indra Nui, Debajani Ghosh, Aruna Jayanti, Vanita Narayanan, my own colleague Tessie Thomas, my own mentor Rohini Devi, they have all been at the pioneering stages of technology development in the country, whether it's missiles or materials or the compute. I think we are doing good for all of us. And we are contributing to the nation, not just in the kitchens or the generations to be brought up. We are using our intellect wisely, effectively, and in a very optimum way, probably. I don't think so. We have compromised on any way. And that's what is our USP. Few things. As DRDO, we are 15% of women force as a total. And it's a very big organization, I would say. 15% is a large number. We are also having today 11,000 people in Indian armed forces, which were only 3,000 in 2014. So see the change that is happening in the society, that in the active armed forces also there are women, and many of the women are working on the AI. Just yesterday, I was talking about the AI Impact Summit. There were squadron leaders, wing commanders who are women and who are working on the core AI. Now, this is something which is seeing, and I am talking about the people who are not present here. People who are present here also are very accomplished and will talk about their own experiences. But I am talking on behalf of an organization which is also flourishing because there are a lot of women leaders at the various places. Now, first women fighter pilot came up in 2016. And can you imagine the responsibility that you are assigning to a fighter pilot? Not only the security of the nation, the machine that they are operating has to be operated at a split second decision, and they are capable of it. So now this is something what we want to discuss here is that how women are going to be the change makers or equal partners in change makers. I will really want to, we have discussed some questions when we were planning this session. She's going to ask certain questions to each one of you. And then in the final round, we can take up some questions from the audience. Now, something I want to leave your thought open to is, I'm not reading this because it could be somewhere available in the internet. We are talking about AGI quite a bit. And people are talking AGI is 5 years old, and that's what is the age of upwards. If you want to convert this LLM's age comparison to the your human age, that when it will become animal general intelligence. Now we are saying that this AGI is learning a lot from the internet. There is a good data, there is a bad data, and all that data is going into your LLM, and not all data will be useful for the humanity. That's a point that we want to really understand, that where AGI is going to be impactful, how much LLMs are giving us the right direction or not. There's another thought, and it's a furious debate going on X. I am also part of certain of these discussions. The thought which just came into my mind is, each LLM is being giving a persona, a kind of, this is the personality of a one particular LLM, and this is the personality of another LLM, and this is what they are good at, and this is how they are dealing with the humanity. Is there any gender to these LLMs? Have you thought about it? Now, the point being, how much of good data and how much of bad data is to be sifted with respect to a gender. So Generally, women are more conservative. I'm not saying all, in general. I mean, individuals are individual. We are not talking about that. But when you talk about persona, they are a bit more cautious and conservative and kind of more systematic. Whereas the gender of a particular AGI, which is dominated on a male data, will be more risk taking, more innovative, and a bit of kind of a different kind of a persona that can be attached. Are we thinking in these directions? Are we thinking how do we train LLMs in such a way, and the kind of data that we are going to feed into these LLMs uh, to the particular personality? Now, these are something which is directly related to the agentic AI, and probably some of the thoughts can be asked from each of the panelists that what do you think? So this is not a perfect science. We are only debating, we are only discussing, and we are only trying to find a direction which is useful for the overall good of the humanity and the technology utility to the overall system that we are trying to drive. So I think I'll hand it over to Natasha to ask certain difficult questions from our panel.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the tone of this session. You have very rightly mentioned, the kind of advancements that are happening in the area of agentic AI that needs a lot of deliberations and, of course, discussions, the kind of the ones that we are having. Before I move on to our panelists and take on the first round, so we will be asking one question each to all of you. But ma'am, I just wanted to, put across this question to you first, that how do you think that it is actually being used in agentic AI, used in defense and national technology programs today? Because the students would be interested to know that. So very quickly, if you can, in one or two lines, how is that actually being used in defense for our national security? We can move on to, domain specific questions for all the participants and panelists then.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of work going on in the national defense programs. Every single domain, be it aircrafts or the tanks or your multi-sensor data fusions, the radar imaging. So all these specific application use cases are being built around every specific domain. So defense is a very wide domain. All types of, whether it's a ground systems, airborne systems, sea-based systems, all these systems we are building AI into for the intelligence. I can tell you certain kind of use cases which are, preventive maintenance of the aircraft. A lot of AI is built around that because the data is available. The multi-sensor data fusion, the radar imaging. So finding earlier it was a purely image processing, but using an AI is able to give you the fixed target, or to track the target which is faster with the help of the AI. So there are so many use cases which are happening in the defense, but I am not talking about LLMs here. They are very, very focused CNNs which are being built, which are more focused on the domain. So that's where the defense is working on. But there are certain other decision making tools, or AI is being used as a decision aid for a lot of our systems, which are we are converting every document available in defense in a digital form and trying to apply AI to give us as a decision making tools. So this is the practical application that is in works. Every lab in DRDO is working on their specific domains of AI, which is the AI application. And the labs like DAYSL, Young Scientist Lab, Artificial Intelligence, and CARE Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics is working core on the foundational models and the AI for the defense, which are kind of foundational model or the data science. These are the kind of things that specific labs are working. So there is a very well laid out AI adoption plan in the complete defense research network. So this is where we are with respect to the AI utility. With respect to centers of excellence also, we have two centers like Jodhpur as well as IIT Jodhpur and ISC Bangalore, which have taken up very cutting edge projects on the AI application. So this is the landscape that we have.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that landscape, ma'am. And yes, the DRDO is coming out with a lot of opportunities for student projects as well. There are a lot of grants available for undergraduate engineering students, wherein they can apply for funding from DRDO for their innovative projects in AI. Moving on, we had Dr. Shalini Pathak, and you have had a long and successful career in a very niche field of semiconductors, right? So, two questions that comes, as opening remarks for you. What has kept you motivated all throughout, and also what role does agentic AI plays in chips and microelectronics? If we can have your views on that.
Very good afternoon to all of you. So first part of the question, what kept us motivated. So I belong to semiconductor industry, and in our industry there is a very famous law which is Moore's law, which states that after every 2 years or so, the number of transistors on a chip would roughly double. So if I'm not mistaken, when I joined this industry, I think in 2000, so it was 25 years back, I think we were at 90 nanometer technology node. And today we are already talking about a 2 nanometer chip already. So that's a huge leap that we have seen. And the moment we felt that, okay, we are done with this particular technology node, and then Moore's law is going to die now, the next day you will have a next technology node to work on. So we have literally witnessed this law, getting validated every year. And so I would say for us, all these years, this law itself, kept us motivated. There was no stagnancy in this field. It was very dynamic always. And then, the feeling of doing something meaningful for the society in terms of the chips which we were doing, and something meaningful for our own self. That feeling was always very good. The chips are, your chips, you're making some chips which are, taking place in household appliances, the automotive, the set-top boxes, we were everywhere. So that, always, used to give us a great kick that we are always working on the cutting edge technologies, I would say. And just on a lighter note, today, what is keeping me motivated? I would say today I'm really looking forward to a device which is affordable for everyone, with the help of which I can get rid of the house helps. Because I think handling them is even tougher than handling a big SoC these days. I think we all will agree with this. So okay, jokes apart. So I think this is what I think was the biggest motivation for me to be associated with such a dynamic industry. Okay, now coming back to the second part of the question. So I am not really into AI development, but the automotive chips, the microcontrollers which I am doing, so they are already having embedded AI into it. So I'll try to answer from the knowledge which I have gathered from from that domain. So I think we all know what agentic AI is all about. So when standard AI is just reactive, you just ask question and it will just stop there. Agentic AI is going many steps forward, where it is actually, planning and executing the task using multi-steps workflows. So it is actually behaving like an assistant to us now, who is really doing the work for us. So if you try to understand it from the hardware perspective, okay, because I'm in semiconductor industry, and if I take a very typical example, for example, if I'm asking somebody to book a ticket for me, what will be the manual steps there? I'll go to the site, I'll look for the flights on that day, the timings, the pricing, the connecting flights, and so on. So when the agent is doing all this for you, we can imagine the kind of iterative loops it is entering into. And this is such a simple task I'm talking about. The tasks are much, much, much complicated these days. Okay. So when these multi-step workflows are happening, this complicated mathematics is happening. What is happening inside the chip is there are a lot of transactions which are happening between memory and the processor. So if my hardware is not supporting that, if the memory interface is not at the right speed, so my AI would be limited there. So that's something which comes on the hardware side of it, right? Secondly, when the agent is doing work for you, it needs to know and it needs to remember what it did 2 seconds ago, what was the initial goal, what are the intermediate goals, where is it in the current execution. And so there's a lot to store and retrieve. So you require a lot of data on chip also. So you require a lot of memory bandwidth on the hardware side of it. Okay. So that's again is something which needs to be taken care at the hardware of the chip. And one, I think, important thing to understand here now is that we are deploying AI for mission critical tasks also. For example, in automotives. So there we cannot afford that AI goes wrong, because in a single mistake can be, hazardous, because we are in automotives, right? So how to ensure that, the hardware on which this AI is relying. So we need to have certain functional safety mechanisms on the chip also, kind of something like self-test, which is kind of checking the hardware, in the online mode also. For example, due to some random radiation, if there is a bit flip in your chip, AI will take wrong decision. So you need to have certain mechanism on the chip by which it is self-testing, it is correcting itself, so that AI, doesn't go into a gray zone. Okay, and that is very important. So these are few of the things, to enable the AI. What is the role of the hardware side of it? It is all dependent on hardware. I will say that the knowledge of AI today is limited by the physics of the chip also. So it cannot perform if the hardware is not supporting that.
So yeah, great, very well taken that, and also that you go back to laws, and you actually practice that. So that's great to know. We move on to Miss Astha Jagia, who's from the banking sector, and we all know that we work on banks, we are banking applications. That's a regular part of our day-to-day activities and very mundane things that we do. How do you think Agentic AI, has helped financial sector to evolve? And what changes do you foresee in the future?
First of all, very great to be here. Excited. This campus energy incites in you, the energy themselves, right? The kids are always full of energy. Always good to be back to campus. See, so agentic AI has fundamentally shifted how banks operate. So now, how do we look at customer support has changed completely. Earlier, it used to be human processed, technology assisted. But now, what has changed is we see more and more technology processing as well as executing, but humans are just coming in the loop for supervision. So that's what has changed. For the end customer, it has changed in reduced friction and increased efficiencies. You go and you get your credit. Uh, I remember there were days my dad used to say that getting a home loan was so tedious. And now you go and Agentic AI does everything for you, starting from the application and back office processing, even customer communications. So everything is handled by AI agents that act as a coordinated set of, so kind of a symphony of orchestrated agents doing all the processing end to end, starting from your application up till giving you the results or generating results for you, giving you the home loan. So credit has become a lot easier. Customer service has become super critical. Also, hyper personalization has put banks in a competitive space, and they have to now get on this journey, otherwise they'll be left behind, because those who are doing these transformative changes in their processing are really leading the way. So I would say these are the two major shifts that have happened.
Yeah. So and Genpact is contributing a lot, right, from the IT sector towards, because there are a lot of clients or your bank financial institutions that you're working with.
Right.
Yeah.
So we work with financial institutions globally, and what we've seen is whether there is a lot of excitement. They want to do this, but then there is still a big gap between
Yeah.
the excitement is there,
So-
but then where do we have
Right. So actually, that brings many questions, like how do young engineers they prepare themselves for agentic AI in the
Right.
financial sector and all. But keeping and pausing those questions for now, I move on to Ms. Priyanka Aaron, who is from Thrive Global AI. So Priyanka, my question to you is, what is Thrive Global AI focused on, and what are the problems that you are trying to solve with agentic AI?
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's an honor to be here, and the energy of the crowd is really very nice. It's, as Asa said, that it's very nice to be back on the campus and have the that energy in you. So before I get on to your question, Tasha, I need to give a little bit of my background because the esteemed panel, their companies are very well renowned. Everyone knows about Genpact, everyone knows about DRDO, but I will have to establish myself and I will have to give my background where I'm coming from. So I just to start with, I started off my career with Maruti Suzuki. Post that, I moved to US where I spent 15 years of my life. I was heading Wendy's, which is very much a lot of people know about it, but it was the biggest competitor for McDonald's. And I led the digital transformation for Wendy's. The kiosk which you see today at McDonald's is something we did before McDonald's did it in US. So that was the one I'm really, really proud to see even today. McDonald's is having the same kiosk which we delivered and set up in Wendy's in US. And that was 10 years back, somewhere in 2013, 14. And that's what is has been adopted by McDonald's. So that is a big win for me. That's number one. Post that, I moved to Stop and Shop, wherein I led their digital transformation for Peapod, their home delivery services, and I worked for Stop and Shop for their multiple platforms like Ahold, Delhaize, and Hannaford, all their improvise the tech approach over there. So that was my other role. And post that, I moved to be an entrepreneur. And me and my partners, we started a company by the name EcoSoul. I'm the founder of the EcoSoul, and now I'm the ex-founder of EcoSoul. So EcoSoul today is a Series B company. We are at a growth stage. And as we were growing in the journey, I realized a lot of gaps where we were getting a lot of data from various platforms. Today, EcoSoul is dealing with multi-countries, multi-platforms, and getting a lot of data. But definitely, we were not able to really, work around the data, how to get the best of the information out of the data, and how we compile it, how we solve for today, how do we do the decision making basis that data. If I have to decide for EcoSoul what should go into the production, that was a big challenge. And across multiple forums, I happened to meet multiple CEOs, and I realized a lot of companies, especially the brand companies, the product-based companies, they are having similar issues. And that's where I stepped away from EcoSoul and I founded Thrive. Thrive is approximately 1.5-year-old company, wherein today we are having 16 plus clients and 45 plus brands. We are doing good in the business and establishing ourselves. Now coming down to the question, Natasha, that what we do at Thrive. So at Thrive, what we do is we collate multiple data. We collate data from multiple platforms and multiple locations, make meaning out of it, which helps businesses to make their decision making so fast that in order for you to come down to a decision, you might take like the level at which we are talking, you might take 2 to 3 months, and that can be done within 5 minutes with the help of AI. So there is the processing has been a lot more better. The platform is doing a lot of all the backend analysis work, and the APIs, using APIs, we are getting the real-time information. So really we are doing good in terms of processing the data, getting the data, and presenting the data, making the best use of data, which helps in better business decision making.
Great to know your journey. And I would now pass on to N. Ranjana ma'am so that she can, moderate the second part of the discussions.
So I'll start with Dr. Shalini. Nice to know somebody in the zone of hardware, which is a very essential part of everything. One thing I can tell you, today we have a cloud, but without hardware, there is no software. And the entire segment that is mostly overlooked in all these our conferences is because software has more job opportunities, but it's the donkey's job which hardware does it. And it's really important. So I just want to ask you one question, your thoughts only, may not be whatever you want to say. What are the newer architectures which will help in AI, or is there any work going on in that? from the private sector. I know what we are doing about it. And where do you see the future going with respect to the newer architectures which are more tuned or more optimized for the AI or the agentic AI kind of thing? Because we started with von Neumann architecture, and then we just stuck to the somewhere we went to the risk architecture. But AI, I believe, being a computer scientist and have some exposure, needs a specific focus. What do you think about it?
Okay, so the first thing which comes to my mind on this question, ma'am, is because I belong to semiconductor, and in semiconductor also my main field is to design the complete test architecture of the chip. So we are already seeing bottlenecks. We are making such big chips, but how to actually test them? And then when we are testing them, see, there are millions of transistors on the chip, and when we are talking about testing, we are saying on silicon, if there is a failure, you have to find out of those million transistors where is the fault, right? So that's one thing which is very challenging in our field. Now, from AI perspective, so as I said, I'm not directly into it, but what I can see in my field also, the concept of this stacked ICs and the concept of chiplets. That is, you can have heterogeneous, chips on a single package, or you can stack heterogeneous chips, one over the other. So these things, I think, will be the new standard for even AI compute, because AI needs a lot of space, memory on chip, and then it needs a lot of compute power also. So it clearly means that the memory interfaces cannot be slow now, and in order to have that memory, you cannot make a chip which is 100 square. That will not be sustainable. So to accommodate such things, what is happening is you are stacking the dies one over the other. For example, the memory part of it, one is the processor, the memory is sitting on top of it as the next chip, and this way you are building the whole stack, which is much more efficient in terms of power also, and which is much more efficient in terms of giving the memory which is required by the AI compute. So that's one thing which is definitely happening, and the next era will be, I think, the stacked die era, which I see.
Okay. Some of the work is also going on neuromorphic computing, and that's going to contain certain kind of crucial codes which will optimize it for energy as well as the memory requirements. Probably that's the direction we are heading, and we have already sponsored 2 projects on this kind of computes. Okay, so maybe some more architectures will have to be worked out going forward, because energy is going to be a bottleneck, and we need to really optimize energy if we have to use AI very, very effectively.
I can already see that, while you will be testing those vertical dies, the vertical connections, the heat dissipation, which are trapped in the layers.
Yeah.
So you will need something, some innovation, some power-aware test patterns kind of thing, which are, dynamically adjusting themselves so that you do not have local hotspots while testing. So that will be a big challenge here.
Yeah. Okay, Astha. Not that I really understand the financial world very well. We are very naive at it, probably. But so the question which I'm asking is, you are talking about deploying a lot of agents for various financial pipelines. How do you validate and verify that it is not causing any of it is not denting any of the goals, financial goals of the company, and as well as the individual? So what is the architecture or the framework that you are looking at, so that you deploy these agents in a very safe manner, and at the same time optimally driving or improving your profits, which you always have at the top of your head? So see, the safety criticality is very important for all the mission critical things that we work on, aircrafts and all. How do you ensure that AI agents are uncertain by nature? You can't explain its decisions. How are you planning to deploy this kind of a safe framework for all of us?
Thank you, Ranjana ma'am. So this is a very interesting question and a very interesting debate that we have with our clients, because you have to balance autonomy with controls, with what's your risk appetite. We don't want the AI agents to be hallucinating. We don't want them to be creative enough and play with financials of customers and generate obviously losses for the banks as well as in turn for companies like us. So as we see, even this last year, we see that technology is so sharply changing. Like always, the curve is so sharp that speed is of utmost essence. We used to create agents on AWS cloud earlier, and now we see platforms like Mysa AI, Sierra AI, which lets you create AI agents within hours. So I know the work that I've done with a UK tier one bank. We took 10 months to deploy 4 agents for them in their mortgage origination journey. And now that work could be done within 1 month. Like we took 6 months to deploy an MVP and then a couple of months each for 2 testing iterations. Now that all that work could be easily done under 1 month, including testing, including, seeing that all the responses are generated accurately. So the safety framework becomes very important. Ethical AI and responsible AI standards, adhering to those standards become really important. And that's why we first set up a governance framework. The AI governance and embedded controls become important. Lots of banks to generate ROI are creating AI COEs. So we help them create those AI COEs. And as part of setting up that COE, the first and foremost task is to set up the governance, federated governance framework.
So I'll just like to interrupt. So federated governance frameworks, are there any standards which are developing which can be globally followed by everybody? Is there any direction which it is taking? Because this will impact everyone on.
Yeah. So the standards, what we see for Australian clients, there are certain Australian standards that they follow. For clients in UK, there are different, and within India, there are different standards. What I would say is Europe and UK are by far, we see that the standards are most stringent there. But we also see that due to that, the development and the improvement has been restricted to a bit. So there has to be a balance between the standards and how do we follow them, how do we set up for example, there's a consumer duty standard in UK, and I'm talking about UK and US and Australia because my clients generally are there, so I have better knowledge about those geographies. But then we design our systems following their standards. So all the protocols and the standards would be dependent on client geography.
Thank you. That was really enlightening. Priyanka, you have been a serial entrepreneur. So, what is your take that you have dealt with a lot of data, and some views are there on the data is new oil, we have been hearing and all. How true that is? Because I'll just give me my view. Don't take it as a this thing. Data has its residency and its timeliness that is more important. And then the human machine interfaces for the AI. The two questions. First is how do you ensure that data is not rancid? If you equate data with oil, the oil also goes rancid. It's of no use after a certain time. So how do you make sure that whatever you are doing is on the current data? That's the question, part one of the question. And since you are in that kind of a field, and the second question is that you also talked about the human-machine interface. How the human-machine interfaces are being impacted by agentic AIs?
Yes. So I would like to answer the first part of the question. Then definitely there is a lot of data which is flowing through the platforms, and that's where your question is very, very appropriate. That you said that the timeliness of the data, the time through which we can use it, the validity of it. Data is always having its life. But when that's where we play in the role that you are getting the real time data, and then a company, we can also process the historic data. So analyzing the data, the historic patterns we can analyze, and all of that can be done at the speed of the light. So this definitely improvises a lot of efficiencies into the process. For any kind of brand or a product company, the biggest spend which they do in today's scenario, you can pick up any brand for that matter, maybe Mama Earth or maybe any of the startups. We talk about product companies. So Imami is one of the clients. So if that's the case, or Kinetica, or any product company. So there, the biggest spend they are having is on ads. There is lot of data which is throwing on through multiple platforms. So right now our systems, our platform can analyze completely that what are the timings your product is getting purchased, what are the timings where people are clicking on the product but they are not purchasing. So basically it is a very useful information for the companies, especially the product companies, where they are making big spends on marketing, that what is the right time to market your product, when you are gonna get the maximum conversion out of it. So that's what we are doing. So that's number one. The part two is, see, everything comes when we eliminate lot of human analysis, a human part of it, the intervention of a human um, in the process. That definitely comes with a cost, that where we needed 4 people, we might need only one person, but you cannot completely eliminate the human intervention into it. But right now, what we need to think as companies is how our human or how our teams are using this information as a piece of to their advantage, and not just keep on thinking that it's a tool which is going to take away my job. So they have to be more into the adaptation rather than neglecting the fact that this product is gonna replace my job tomorrow. So that is not gonna happen anyways.
I think we can open the session for questions from audience.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Maitri Shah. I'm in third year in the IT department. Ma'am, my question is to Ms. Astha, ma'am. Ma'am, some few of my family members have been working in the banking systems, and they say that due to the emergence of AI, everything has become very unstable, as it is kind of like a parasite that is getting into the privacy of banking or finance itself. So now, Agentic AI now comes as at first we had AI, which was just yes or no, or like more of a robot, and now agentic AI now has a personality. Now it can think of its own, or like it's fabricating it, but it's still thinking of its own. So wouldn't that create more problems in terms of privacy? Now we already have so many frauds and all going on. So agentic AI will just give people more, like enabling them to like, scam people, I'd say.
So thank you, Maitri. Very, very relevant question. The word, I'll pick the word parasite. So I would say to my kid that Alexa is a parasite in our house. He doesn't even look at the watch anymore, and he says, Alexa, what's the time? So that's the extent of the use of Alexa in our house. So great question. I would say I would pick up some of the things that you asked, right? Now AI is everywhere around us. Using AI responsibly and ethically becomes all the more important, and that's why there are standards and government regulations. Financial sector is a heavily regulated industry, so nothing can be released without going through the 9 levels of risk and governance steps, we would say. So now you touched upon frauds. I would say what we have seen in, and we do a huge work. We have 8,500 employees doing fraud, financial crime, and risk management operations within Genpact. So the offerings that we've released now in fraud prevention and financial crime and risk management, sanction screening, transactions monitoring, looking at customers' profile and tagging. These are the activities which humans used to do, maybe say in an hour or so. They will evaluate one profile end to end in an hour. the transaction monitoring agent that we've developed could do it under 5 minutes. And they could do it more accurately than human. And these are all tested solutions. So Agentic AI, when Agentic AI starts to decide end to end without any human in the loop, of course, that is a risky proposition in today's world. Couple of years later, that may change. But now we are not releasing any solutions which do not have any human in the loop. So humans are there to decide strategically and finally let go of anything that goes that gets processed by AI agents. Having said that, the kind of efficiencies and accuracy improvement AI agents are showing, that is unmatched. So I would maybe flip the side that in fraud prevention, Agentic AI is helping us track the illegal money laundering, anti-money laundering, and like tagging out customer profiles which are not seeming right. So those are the kind of detecting any anomalies in any of the transactions that are happening, human flagging out human trafficking episodes. So this is all a very good example of the application of Agentic AI. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think.
Very good afternoon to the esteemed panelists. Myself, Mehak Singh from BTech IT, third year. And my question is to Dr. N. Ranjana ma'am. Ma'am, you mentioned that agentic AI is advancing in defense applications such as preventive aircraft maintenance. And given that agentic AI requires high computational hardware, as told by Shalini ma'am, I want to ask that do you think that we are currently technologically ready to integrate agentic AI into our defense sectors?
I categorically said we are still into RNNs and CNNs and not into the agentic AI. Defense has not caught the bandwagon of agentic AI. We are still working on very, very specialized AI models which are specific to the data and specific to the application. Defense will not catch this bandwagon very soon.
Okay, ma'am. And in the coming years, do you think that agentic AI, since defense is such a high stakes domain, so do you think
Yes, for
agentic AI?
decision aid, yes, it will be. See, if here it's human in loop, here it's even more stricter human in loop. So it will be, they talked about the need analysis and the cost benefit analysis. Before doing the system analysis of use cases, it will not be attempted very easily. So it will take a lot of effort and thought process before even we attempt that. We can do it in a non-critical scenario, wherever it is as a decision aid or a analysis, or you want to make sense of a lot of documents. There it is being used, but in the real scenario, it's still far off for the defense.
Thank you so
I
much,
hope I
ma'am.
clarify that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And I'm Aditya Kumar. I'm the founder of Ninethrone, and I'm a student here in second year BTech IT. In the current scenario, we are discussing about agentic AI and hardware finance integrations and all. Basically, it ultimately boils down to how advanced we are in when we compare ourselves related to the actual or in the global perspective. And in that sense, US and China are the leading parties. US has current state of the art, as ma'am rightly mentioned, the 2nm is the current SOTA. So we are in that state in the US, and also China is fast approaching with. I was just arriving to the question that we are having an indigenous chips like through 64, and as to the best of my knowledge, this is the most sophisticated indigenously developed technology when it comes to semiconductors, and it is still 14 nanometers in size. And as to the best of my knowledge, this is 10 times more power hungry when compared to 2 nanometer architectures. And training LLMs, building frontier or foundational models and things like these takes a lot of compute. So if in this scenario we are having 14 nanometer architecture as our current state of the art, and US engages in protectionism just like it is currently engaging with China. So how is the private and the DRDO working in collaboration to protect our country from such foreseen scenarios?
The question is not very clear to me, first of all. In general, the IP development is going on across the board, the fabless designs. They are also being taken up at professors. A lot of researchers are developing very specific strategic chips. The private sector is doing its bit in terms of a lot of microcontrollers, which are of very commercial value. A lot of fabless design, India is a hub of that. But probably the manufacturing, the semicon has started. A lot of fabs are coming up in the country. That day, Shiv Nadar Foundation said they have inaugurated a fab in Noida. There's a fab which is coming from Tata's. There's one in Orissa. So the fab, till the manufacturing setup comes, but if you visit ISC, there is a mini fab there, which is quite well managed in terms of a research fab. So hardware, to some extent, up to 180 nanometer, we have SCL Chandigarh, which is manufacturing. But that doesn't stop us from contributing to the 14 nanometers or the 2 nanometers or the 5 nanometers design space. So we have been late. We have to accept that we have not started 20 years back, but the things are going on well. I think things are happening at the fastest speed possible. And definitely, the IP protection is being done at the source wherever it is. See, there's no general IP. It's a very specified commercial IP or a specific domain specific chips that you have to make. It has to have an end use. So it's not a science or a thing. It's a very focused work that you have to do for a particular chip. So everybody who's developing an IP is protecting it by all the means, either by patent or a trade secret. The manufacturing is being done at the global fabs, which are available either at TSMC or Global Foundries, or whichever is able to give you that. And those tests for specific domains are going on. And once we get our own fab, definitely we'll have an edge in terms of manufacturing. So that's what is the current landscape. I hope that answers your query, which was actually, to start with, I was not very clear what you really wanted to know. The security is built in part of it. NDA you have to sign for any manufacturing activity. So those are kind of activities which are going on in the market. If you want to add something, yeah.
So can I just extend my question? Okay. So I was in India Air Summit, and in there I met a Navy official, because Indian Navy was also one of the presenters there. And they told me that whenever there is a requirement of any hardware or software or any equipment, they generally go to system integrators, and rather than directly going to manufacturers and all. And the system integrators are tasked with ensuring that the stuff they are providing them is actually sanitized and safe for the military purposes. And in a conversation I had with them, they told me that even though we are trying to indigenize the stuff and do things like procure parts from local manufacturers, the thing is still the most advanced technologies needed by Navy, at least, is still procured from technology built in China, and designed in California and printed in or maybe assembled or printed in
What is the
Taiwan.
question actually?
So my question was,
Please don't talk about somebody else's experience telling you. Tell about something which you really have worked upon. We all know the ecosystem.
yeah, I mean,
and everybody knows it. So what is the specific that you want to know out of your own experience?
yes, ma'am. I finished the pretext now.
Yeah, that's just a conversation.
Yes, and this is the real question, that given that the major three parties, the designer, the assembler, and the manufacturer, are all outside the country, when it comes to leading edge tech which are required in the Navy, how are we protecting the country when it comes to sudden shocks that maybe sometimes in later the year Donald Trump thinks that okay, no advanced chips can be supplied to India. So in that case, how can we protect our defenses and national economy in general?
I think you are probably talking from really 10,000 feet high. So there are so many things happening. You know, you will need to work for 30 years to actually understand even the breadth and depth that you are talking about. Chip making is not a very simple affair. Okay. And if you see, I talked about the frameworks that they are using for validation. She is into the testing framework and ensuring the safety of the hardware that they are developing or the chips. So it's so many technologies which are involved. So over or top of that, one bit flip can cause the whole thing. One wrong data in the AI can cause anything. One small error in one particular parameter can damage your flight from one place to another place. So you should know the seriousness of testing frameworks and assuring the security. There are lots of standards starting from the testing, validation, formal verification. These are much, much deeper subjects. And trust me, people who know their job, they are doing their job to the best of their abilities. So you have to talk on one specific segment where it is happening. The system integrators, when they are doing the thorough validation in selecting each component that they are going to use for the particular system or a subsystem. I'm not really sure. Please design something and see what it takes to really understand the security of it. We have all been worked. I have myself worked on the Agni software validation, each line of it, each hardware, each source of it. So trust me, people who are at the helm of it, they are doing their job. And but whatever is the local ecosystem, if we don't have a semiconductor fab, we are going to have it. If we don't have our own frameworks, we are having it. So that's the part of the work that everybody is assigned to.
Correct. And government is significantly investing into it. And what we can also do is we can have an offline discussion, Aditya, with you so that you know you can share further your doubts. And in the also
I
we can have that.
personally feel, see, it's not just the conversation we should lead to the questions. It is the real hard work that you do with your hands will give you the practical insights.
Yes, ma'am.
Learning by doing, right?
Yeah.
So till until you don't do it, you don't learn it. I think we had another question, and we have our, the last panelist who has also joined us. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Arvinder. Shishir, there was a question there. We can quickly take one question there from another colleague, and we can then move on to the.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to listen to you. Dr. Ranjan, this question is for you. Basically, I just want to know that when we are talking about the AI or agentic AI, right? Sometime we are in the, I am also a faculty and I'm also teaching the students about the agentic AI. They have to adopt it. They have to adopt the AI. This is a future only. But on the one hand, means on the one side, we are also thinking in that the data which we are putting in the AI or the agentic AI is a black box right now. Are we agree with that ki the data which we are putting in the AI or agentic AI is a black box or not? The first question is. Ma'am, I think you want to say something.
No, short
No.
answer. No,
So,
not at all.
It
Okay.
cannot be. You will add too much uncertainty.
okay.
Say one thing. I think I want to answer, and this is somewhere very related because we are dealing with tons of data on a daily basis.
Right.
And these days, everyone is using a smartphone. Everyone, can you guys think of going to a keypad phone? Can you guys think of going back to living without computers? So today we are at an age where we are adopting it. We have to be the early adopters of the AI, not think it as a threat to us. And like there might be good and bad to it. Yes, there is tons of data which is flowing through. There might be data which you might not even need. There might be the scenario, but right now you are capturing so that you can build the history around it and you can use it in the future because there will be use cases in the future for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
I
100%.
will only add that, see, there was a supervised learning for such a long transformer architecture and the LLMs. It has changed the whole debate around it. We still believe in the conventional supervised learning with the controlled data set that we are having. LLMs have opened the debate about unsupervised data.
Oh, that's great. So the one thing, the last question from my side, as we are able to see in the agentic AI, the in the service sector, we have already adopted this agentic AI, as ma'am explained very well. In the banking sector, we have already implemented this agentic AI. Are we in situation right now to implement it in the manufacturing sector also? Means, are we in situation to take the decision which the agentic AI is saying, yes, you have to maintain this inventory in your system? Agentic AI is a automation, which we are talking about right now. Are we in situation to believe directly on the agentic AI to take the decision of the how much manufacturing you need to do, how much inventory you need to put it there? So are we in situation right now?
Maybe before the mic goes to manufacturing, I would say that I never said that we have already implemented and adopted agentic AI in banking overall. I would point out that our research with 500 organizations, our industry research says that only 12% are leaders. 15% are in advanced stages, but a staggering 73% is still emerging and assisted.
Okay.
So we are creating offerings, we are testing the offerings, we are in early stages of deployment. Yes, the momentum is there, but there is still the journey to complete adoption is still underway.
Okay.
To answer your manufacturing question, I am also having the manufacturing setup for EcoSoul. We have integrated backwards. So definitely there is, and we are using today's like the platform really well, which is giving us the real-time data, what is lying where and how much needs to be produced and even procured 3 months down the line, where there was intense processing which used to happen maybe 6 months back. There was entire team, their day in day out job is just to analyze what needs to be produced, what needs to be procured in order to produce, and what needs to sit in the warehouse and in which warehouse. We are managing international global supply chain. This adoption has really eased out the pain, reduced capital, like manufacturing is capital intensive. So definitely it has reduced the carrying cost of the material, and it will add up to the profitability. So definitely there is going to be an adoption. There might be people who will adopt it after some time once they want to see how it evolves, but it's going to be better for the businesses. The sooner they adopt, the better they will be.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priyanka, for that perspective. And in the interest of time, we would welcome Dr. Arvinder, and she is introduce you to her. She is the Dean of University School of Automation and Robotics and the University School of Design and Innovation at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. So we have heard people from, IT companies, from semiconductors, we have heard from a public sector and from a startup. I think the only perspective that was left now was how academia is contributing to it. So you are the right person for it, ma'am. And my question to you would be, what approaches have been most effective, when you come to academia, and how, because from the women's leadership perspective, what kind of, strategies are being done to give women the more of the roles to lead in academia and across different sectors in agentic AI.
Hello. I think there is no need for us to have certain strategies that women should lead. They are leading by themselves. They are leading by their contribution. So this is not the time when we really need certain, especially in AI field or agentic AI field, if we talk, there are already women in this sector and they are taking leads. Always, it's because anybody, when we say taking lead as a woman, so if there are in a village we are talking, if the women, the roles which agentic people in AI or agentic AI are taking, they're already in this field. So agentic AI is not something new which has come up immediately. There has been computer science, there is certain changes into that. We had been talking of neural networks long back. It's not something new. Yes, that's true that LLM has come, and due to that there is a sudden change of, as ma'am just said, that we were used to using supervised learning, and at the same time now we have changed it. That kind of changes have come. Women are already there in these fields and they're doing good job in this area, and we really do not need any special techniques to give them a chance. They are doing, because wherever, in whichever role, as a leadership role they are there, they are very confident, and with confidence they do their job. So as this new technologies have come up, so whenever something new comes up, when IT also came, there was, for some time, there was that how would it take? It would take up jobs. How I have seen as a country, as in academia being in 35, whenever something of this kind happens, people gear up to that. Our IT industry has always geared up. We, as a nation, also we gear up whenever there is some issue comes up. This is a new technology which has come up, has its ups and downs, some positive, some negatives. But IT industry, academia, as well as research organizations are gearing up to that, are working on that, and I am very sure we would come up very well in this area only. Because we were, why we were at the back seat, because as a service industry we were doing very well, and as far as IT was concerned. So service industry, as you had taken, is was with India. China was doing manufacturing, and some kind of research was being done by the US. So that ecosystem was going on, which was doing, we were doing fairly well. Because that ecosystem has got disturbed, and people have started thinking in terms of that we should be self independent in all the domains. So everyone is working on it, and I'm very sure we will do very well into that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing that perspective that we all are gearing up for the challenges. It was a wonderful discussion. Please put your hands together, everyone, for the great panelists that we had today. I mean, I had mentioned, I thought of saying that let's all recognize and gear up. But by looking at the perspectives, I can say that you all are already geared up, right? So women are a lot into the digital revolution. So, and let us once again put our hands together for the various perspectives that each of these women leaders have brought today. Thank you so much. And I would request Ranjana ma'am to just give a closing as the chair of the session, to just close this discussion, and then I'll request the MCs to finally do the concluding, ma'am.
I think I'm really happy to be here, and on the invite of Nitasha, that she speaks power. I think I don't need to really elaborate much on that. You have very competent panelists who are really doing very well in all the areas, who are really doing it hands on. They are leading the way, the adoption of agentic AI in the coming scenario, and I'm sure we are in good hands with respect to our chips, financials, and the startup ecosystem, the data, and of course the defense from my side. There is a lot of hard work in each of these activity, and I'm telling you, uh, it won't ease your life. It'll make your life far more intelligent, far more alert, and you have to move with the speed and scale that is the demand of today. And gone are the days that you will take 6 months. I earlier said that also, 6 months for a literature survey. I think it can give you in 6 hours also. But to make sense of it all, to add your creativity, to add the perspective that your brain wants to think about, I think that will become easier for you. But the hard work, without the work that you need to really put in this, you can't achieve what you are headed for. So I think these are the leaders. I thank my co-panelists for bringing out various excellent perspectives. And I'll tell you, I'm very happy that they are talking out of their practical experience and sharing their real experiences. Thank you for being on the panel, and thank you, Nitasha, for having me here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You said, 6 months to 6 weeks. So with LLMs now, if you tell them for research, they can actually do in 6 seconds also now. So it has brought it down to 6 seconds. Thank you all the panelists once again. And I request, yeah.
The session, is on she. So one thing which I've always felt in my career, which I would like to share with the young girls sitting here, is we have a tendency to be job oriented, be career oriented. You should have a vision. There's a big difference between job oriented and career oriented. And we should always have a vision. We should not be satisfied with what we are getting on daily basis. And that's a great tendency that I've seen in women.
I would also, Natasha, would like to add a line. So, as the woman, as the topic was on the women or men, when you do not have any choice, you will work hard. That's it. My father used to tell me कि अगर because जब मैंने the time I did engineering in 90, very few girls used to take engineering. My father wanted me to take medicines. I said no. Because I was interested in mathematics, I said I have to study engineering because I want to pursue mathematics. So my father, in those days in Punjab, there were only 3 engineering colleges. If you get admission into that, fine. If you do not get, people used to give some extra money to get admission in Bidar, which is a college in South. So that was the choice. And my father used to say, "Pad loge, if you'll get admission on your own, you do engineering. If you don't get admission, you'll get admission in BSc, you do that. If you don't get admission in BSc, do BA. If you don't get admission in that also, I'll get you some cow or buffalo. You can take around and take milk and sell milk and have your life." So the only thing is when you do not have choices, you work hard and you succeed. Now there is a time which has come where really there is a change in scenario as far as computer science is concerned. I am very sure we all together would work on it and would come up fabulous. Next time when Natasha calls us, these questions of doubts would not be there. You would be already able to see that there are certain results into it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of our respect and gratitude, we would now like to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. In keeping with our tradition of honoring knowledge, growth, and sustainability, we will be presenting a Tulsi sapling, a symbol of purity, strength, and nurturing wisdom. May this small gesture reflect our deep appreciation for your invaluable presence and the inspiration you continue to provide. I request Professor Dr. Natasha Hasteen ma'am to kindly present our session chair, Dr. Srimati N. Ranjana ma'am, with the token of appreciation. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed panelists. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Ravinder Kaur.
They say the future is digital, and today we witness that the future is also powerful, fearless, and I'm proud to say it, it's also led by women. As we conclude this enriching session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers and guests for inspiring us with their knowledge and experiences. May the conversations we had today continue to motivate us to learn, lead, and create a more inclusive digital future. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of She Speaks Power. Have a wonderful day ahead, and please join us for lunch.
The guest lunch is in I2 Lounge. Student lunch is in I2 Moot Court backside.
What's the name? Or Gmail. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay. Ma'am, this one. This is your. Sorry, sorry. That's fine. Download. Okay. Take some time. Some. I don't need this. Maybe we can connect that. Anything you ठीक
I request everyone to please take their seats. We'll be starting in another 10 minutes. A very good afternoon to everyone present here, our esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and dear students. It is my privilege to welcome you all to today's distinguished gathering. I, Sanvi, from BTech Computer Science and Business Systems, along with my co-host Ritwik from BTech Information Technology, am honored to introduce an exceptional lineup of speakers, each renowned for their expertise and remarkable contributions in their respective fields. Starting with the first session of today, it is my honor to introduce Dr. Christian Bloom, Senior Research Scientist at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute in Spain. He earned his PhD in Applied Sciences from the Free University of Brussels in 2004. Dr. Blum's research spanned swarm intelligence and hybrid metaheuristics for large-scale optimization with applications in bioinformatics and transportation. His work has been cited over 22,000 times with an H index of 48, and he has received prestigious honors including the IEEE TEC Outstanding Paper Award and the SEIO BVVA Award 2021. Recognized among the world's top 2% most cited scientists,
Dr. Bloom is a leading voice in operations research in artificial intelligence. I request you to please deliver your address, sir. May we have a huge round of applause for him, please?
Okay, so thank you very much for this nice introduction and for the invitation again. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk actually about a different subject that I was talking about 2 years ago. So the subject has changed. This is about the work of one of my PhD students. Does this work? Do you hear me? Yeah? Okay, yeah. So this is about the work of one of my PhD students who started 3.5 years ago. He just defended last December. And so he was very interested in large language models when he started. My work is basically on optimization. So we try to combine that. And he was looking basically to see how LLMs can be used as assistants within optimization algorithms or in optimization in general. Okay. But before I start, I just tell you a little bit where I'm working. So I'm working at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, the IIIA, which is one of the around 100 institutes of the Spanish National Research Council, the CSIC. So this CSIC is the largest public research institution in Spain. Okay, we are something like INRIA in France or Fraunhofer in Germany, and it's the third largest public institution in Europe, actually. 6% of all the research staff in Spain work for the CSIC, and we are responsible for around 20% of the scientific production, okay? So there's this difference because usually we are not doing teaching on a regular basis, okay? So we are engaging in teaching voluntarily, let's say, at different institutions, okay? At different universities. I'm giving, for example, on a regular basis, 2 hours, 2-week courses on meta-heuristics all around the world. Okay, so this is my contribution to teaching. And the IIIA is actually one of the rather small institutes of the CSIC. So we are just at the moment 35 tenured scientists, okay, of 3 different ranks. We have around 65 additional staff members. So all in all, we are around 100 persons at the institute, and we have not all the research lines that you would expect in an AI institute, actually, but this is because we are small. Okay, so we cover machine learning, we cover optimization, which is my research line. We cover actually a rather old AI topic, which is logic and reasoning, and we cover multi-agent systems. Okay, so just one slide about optimization. Okay, so my work is on combinatorial optimization nearly all the time. And these optimization problems, they arise in many different fields. They arise in industrial settings, but they also arise a lot in research settings. Okay, so both in industry and in research, we need well-working optimization methods, not only in combinatorial optimization, but my work is on that, in combinatorial optimization. And most of the times, it is about saving money, for example, in industries, optimizing safety, and so on. Okay. So instead of, well, let's say the main focus of my group is on algorithmic research, algorithm-oriented research. Okay, so this means we are not tied to a specific application area, right? We rather try to develop algorithms, general algorithms that can be applied to many different problems and are well working in general. Okay. And in this field, let's say, of algorithmic research, I started actually with swarm intelligence. So with swarm intelligence, this is the left part of this slide here. And then I changed gradually to develop the development of hybrid meta-heuristics. Okay, so meta-heuristics are techniques like genetic algorithms, uncollinear optimization, tabu search, iterated local search, simulated annealing. Okay, these are meta-heuristics. And we started actually with combining these first with operations research techniques, so with techniques that come from mathematics. Okay, And then with time, we changed more and more to combining them with machine learning, with artificial intelligence techniques. And lately, there was also this combination with large language models. Okay. So just a few words. I mean, this is a hot topic, so everyone knows what large language models are. Okay. So they are a type of artificial intelligence model designed to understand and generate human language. Okay. They are built on deep learning techniques, especially transformer architectures. They are trained on massive corpora of text data, sometimes large parts of the internet. And on the bottom here of this slide, you see some of the usual models like GPT, like Gemini, like Llama, like Anthropic or DeepSeek. Okay, so these were the models actually my student was looking at and using them for our research. So these models, they are huge. Okay, so they have billions or even trillions of parameters. They are pre-trained usually, okay, but you can fine-tune them also to specific tasks. General ways of communicating with the LLMs are via prompts, okay. There you might have zero-shot, one-shot, few-shot learning, okay, or communication. And they are very useful, let's say, for different tasks such as translation. Actually, I'm using them for all of these tasks that you can see on this slide. Translation, summarization, question answering, also coding, okay, to some extent. The effect of the use of large language models becomes more and more clear also in the research area, okay? So this graphic here is actually from 22, okay? But you see already, this is about the use of the word crucial in scientific papers, okay? You see this slow rise of the word, of using the word crucial in scientific papers until the year 22. And then you see this sharp increase, okay? So the word crucial is one of these words that large language models like, okay? So this is actually the reason why this curve is increasing so steeply starting from 22. Okay, this is a strong indication of the use that researchers make also for writing, the use of large language models. Okay, so we have to be careful not to use them too much or in the wrong way. Let's say. Okay. Now I will tell you some of the uses that we made of large language models in optimization that are more easy to explain because I don't have much time. Okay, I guess I used already up nearly 10 minutes of my time. So I have 15 to 20 minutes left. So I'm not going into the really complicated thing or more complicated things that we are doing, but I'm showing you interesting use cases, I would say. Okay, so our first idea was basically, what if you have a non-expert in optimization? Okay, imagine you are a non-expert in optimization, but you have to use an optimization algorithm. Okay, so can you just use, for example, a standard implementation of a genetic algorithm, let's say, of a simple meta-heuristic, okay, for your problem, and use LLMs to improve this implementation? This was the idea. Okay, so my student made actually a big experimentation from that, and I show you some glimpses of that. Okay, so as a problem, as a test case, we use the traveling salesman problem. This is very standard, very emblematic combinatorial optimization problem. Okay, it's about a traveling salesman that has to visit a set of cities and has to visit each city exactly once and has to return to the origin of its trip. Okay, and doing that, covering the least distance possible. Okay, so this is the traveling salesman problem. I'm sure most of you know this problem. We chose it because it's such an emblematic problem, and the chance that LLMs know about this problem is high. Okay. Okay. So then what we did is we used a standard Python library implementing different algorithms for solving the TSP. Okay. And from this Python library, you see the link here of this Python library. We chose 10 different algorithms that we wanted to improve with LLMs. Okay, On the left-hand side here, you see 5 different meta-heuristics. You see an uncollinear optimization, you see a genetic algorithm, and so on. And on the right-hand side, you see different types of algorithms, like 2 reinforcement learning techniques, okay? And 2 heuristic techniques, Christofides and the convex hull heuristic. And we used also a branch and bound algorithm. So this is an exact algorithm, okay? This is an algorithm, when given enough computation time, returns an optimal solution, okay? So the question here in this algorithm, the branch and bound, is not about solution quality, it's about how fast can it give me an optimal solution, okay? And on the bottom of this slide, you see again the 5 models that we used in this experimental evaluation. And then we designed a prompt in order to ask the LLM to improve certain algorithms, okay? So you see, we tell the LLM, you are an expert in optimization. So this is called in-context prompting, okay? This is very important. And then we say, I need to improve this algorithm, okay? I give the algorithm a name, and I tell the LLM, I give it instructions. So sometimes giving specific instructions is very important. For example, one of the things was that the LLM had to return a new code explaining why the changes it applied should improve the algorithm actually, okay? And we asked for a doc string, okay? So it should put all the explanations into a doc string in the file. Okay, and at the bottom of the prompt, we simply provide the code of the algorithm that we want to improve. In this case, it was Python, okay, because we use the Python library. So now in this big table, what you see is in the rows, we have the different algorithms that we want to improve, okay? And in the columns, we have the different model LLMs that we used, okay? So we applied to each combination of algorithm and LLM. We sent the prompt. We received a new code, okay? And first of all, we try to compile this code, of course. So there you might have compilation errors. If you have compilation errors, we provide the output of the compiler back to the model, okay? And ask for improvement, right? The second error that you might get is that the algorithm runs fine, actually, but produces invalid solutions for some reason, for the changes made by the LLM. Okay, so this is a second type of error. We have to check for this error. And if this happens, we also make a loop, a feedback loop, telling the LLM, you made an error, okay, this is the error, you have to improve it, okay? When you see a green tick mark, this means that the LLM gave us a well-working algorithm, a valid algorithm in the first trial already, okay? And in all the cases where you see a red cross here, this is where we needed some loops for the LLM to correct the algorithm, actually, okay? So you see in most of the cases, actually, the code that we got back from the LLM was correct, okay? This doesn't mean yet it improves over the original code, but it means it's correct. It runs and it produces valid solutions to the problem. Okay, so then we made an experimental setup. Okay, so we chose 10 different problem instances of the TSP. These are from the well-known TSP-lib library. Okay, they are in increasing size. So this number that you see in the name of the instance means actually how many cities the traveling salesman has to traverse. Okay. Now we have 60 different algorithm codes. Okay, we have the original codes, and we have for each LLM and each algorithm, we have a new code, right? We applied tuning to all these algorithms, parameter tuning. Okay, so in order to be fair, you have always to apply parameter tuning. Only like this you can have a fair comparison between algorithms. And then we applied all the codes to all the problem instances 10 times, okay? And these are some of the results. So you see the first row of box plots here. This doesn't work very well. I go there. So The first row of box plots here are for the 10 different problem instances, TSP problem instances, and for the ant-colony optimization algorithm, okay? So the box which is to the left in each box plot is the original code, performance of the original code, okay? The other 5 are the performance of the LLM-generated or improved algorithms, okay? So what we see in the case of ant-colony optimization is that especially GPT, blue is GPT, and Rosa is DeepSeek, okay? We see an improvement, a clear improvement. So why is that? DeepSeek, well, GPT uses local pheromone update in the ant-colony optimization algorithm. This means, now this is hard to explain if you don't know what ant-colony optimization is. It uses a well-known technique, okay, for exploration. Okay, so the code produced by the LLM does a better exploration of the search space, basically. The second row is for the genetic algorithm. Okay, there we see that all the algorithms are basically have the same performance apart for the one from DeepSeek. DeepSeek has made a substantial improvement. And how did it do that? Because it changed the initialization of the first population, and it did that partially in a heuristic way. Okay, so this was the trick. Now there are also some results for reinforcement learning algorithms. Okay, we were not able, so none of the LLMs was able to produce a better Q-learning algorithm. But in the case of SARSA, okay, we can say that GPT provides a good improvement. Because it uses the Boltzmann exploration for solution construction. So it changes the probabilistic mechanism it uses for constructing solutions. Okay, and exactly this exploration, this way of using probabilistics, okay, to construct solutions actually appeared in one of the papers that it was published in the last 10 years. Okay, so the LLM knew about it and implemented it in this algorithm. Okay, as a last example in this topic, let's have a look at the branch and bound results. Okay, you can see that on the left-hand side, here, we have again the computation time needed by the original branch and bound algorithm. Okay, so when the boxes are lower, this means the changed algorithms need less computation time. So this is better. Okay. And you see again that GPT and DeepSeek are very good in that. Okay, so they introduced changes in the branch and bound algorithm such that it would prove optimality earlier. Okay. Okay, so now you might wonder about code complexity. Okay, so what is the LLM doing with the code? It might introduce improvements, but is the code still readable? Okay, is it too complex afterwards maybe? So we measured a complexity that is called cyclomatic complexity, okay? This is a metric that quantifies the number of independent paths through a program, okay? And we can see basically that the cyclomatic complexity did not grow a lot. Sometimes it was even reduced, okay? Okay, so how much time do I have left? More or less? 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Then I would say I jump to the last topic actually. So just to say what I'm skipping, okay? I'm skipping a test case where we didn't assume that you are a non-expert in optimization, but we assumed you are an expert. You have an expert design code, and we wanted to improve this expert design code. And it also worked, okay? But it only worked, this is the essential point, it only worked because we limited, in this case, the LLM to the improvement of a specific function, okay? If we gave the whole code free to the LLM for changes, it didn't work. Okay, so this is the result of the topic that I'm skipping. So now this is the maybe more complicated thing that we did among the topics that I'm showing. So Now it's not about using LLMs to change code or to improve code. It's about using LLMs for producing heuristic information, knowledge about the problem, okay? Usually in combinatorial optimization, what we do is we equip our meta-heuristics with problem knowledge, heuristic information, in order to guide them in the search space, okay? So for example, in the TSP, what is good heuristic information in the TSP? Usually, when you are in a city, go to the closest city to the city where you are next, okay? This is heuristic, this is problem knowledge, this is heuristic information. The problem is that sometimes when you are solving a combinatorial problem, there might not be good heuristic information available, okay? So we were having a look in the case of a graph-based problem, if we can produce heuristic information, good heuristic information with LLMs, okay? So in this case, you have a graph, okay? I don't want to explain what the problem was. Just assume that we have given a graph, okay? And we want to select some of the nodes of this graph, okay? So subsets of the nodes of the graph are solutions to my problem, right? Now, what we did is we selected 5 metrics, node-based metrics, and this we calculated these 5 node-based metrics for all the nodes in the graph. Okay. So you see that here on the left-hand side. Okay. So we produced a prompt telling the LLM, well, this is the problem. Okay. Providing an example graph where we calculate the 5 node-based metrics, and we say, okay, now this is a good solution. So we also provide a good solution, okay? And then we give the LLM a larger graph in terms of the node-based metrics, and we say, okay, how should I combine the values of these node-based metrics in order to get good probabilities for choosing certain nodes for my solution, okay? This was the point. So the LLM should give us good probabilities for choosing certain nodes. And this is heuristic information. Okay, if you have this information, you can, according to these probabilities, you can construct solutions, right? By starting from the empty solution and picking nodes from the graph one by one, okay, according to these probabilities. And the results, they were always pointing there. They were published in this paper here. This is actually starting to be cited quite a lot because people are replicating that, okay, for other types of optimization problems, and it seems to work quite well. Okay, so, well, there are challenges, of course, and concerns when we use LLMs. Okay, this is maybe not so much for our use because we are using them for improving optimization algorithms, okay? There's this concern about bias and fairness, because in our society, in our texts that we have on internet, there might be biases, okay? In different societies, there are different biases, and LLMs reflect them, of course. They might give you misinformation, okay? So even if something reads very logical and very well, it might actually be a misinformation, so we always have to check. Energy consumption is a big topic because these LLMs, they run in data centers with high performance computing, which need a lot of energy. Okay. And of course, misuse. I guess you have all seen fake movies, fake videos, okay, about people. So there's always this danger, and we have to be aware of it. Okay. Okay, with this I will finish my talk. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions. Okay. I mean, the first use of my. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, hello. Yes, works. I'm Aditya Kumar, and I'm the founder of Ninth Row, and I'm a student of BTech IT. And my question was that you have presented different tests you did on your, optimization problems, and you use some of the SOTA models like DeepSeek and GPT and Gemini. My first question is: were they running in the standard mode, or were thinking enabled in those tests? Because some of the models actually support thinking. That's my question. Yeah. Okay. So these experiments for this work about the TSP, they were done like a little bit more than a year ago. Okay. So at that point, actually, because development is very fast. Okay. Every 2 or 3 months we get something new. And at that time, the chain of thought was not so widespread. I think it existed already, but we didn't use it. Okay, so this was simply one shot, one prompt, sending a prompt, getting an answer, and using the output.
Okay, so if I extend my original question, that just a hypothetical question, that if those same tests were performed on the models that we were using, but with thinking and chain of thought enabled, can we do better optimizations, or
Yeah.
will the results?
Of course, this is just let's say this was quite rudimentary in the sense that we didn't go further. Okay, but of course you can go further than that. You can even give hints to the LLM in which direction the code could be improved. Okay, you can ask for specific improvements, even not leaving it to the LLM to come up with all the improvements. Okay, so you can do many things. You can do loops. Okay, of improvements. This was just a zero-shot thing. Okay, this was a rudimentary experimental evaluation just to know how good the LLMs would be in that situation, and and then in order to be able to choose different LLMs, specific LLMs for this task. Okay, it turned out that in a little bit more than 1 year ago, GPT and DeepSeek were the best ones for this task. This might be completely different nowadays. I don't know.
It changes fast.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Afternoon, sir. Basically, my question is, sir, like agentic AI is getting developed day by day. There are literally new updates every single day. And what are we doing about the cyber security of the agentic AI? Because there are many platforms online. There are many platforms on which we can learn how to hack a agent, like prompting a agent to confuse the agent and get necessary information like passwords and other things. Like there is Gryffindor, some.
Exactly. Actually, I know about cases of companies who started to use AI agents for answering client questions, for example, and sometimes these agents were easy to confuse, to divert from the topic. To people asked different questions, and the agent completely diverted from what he had to say. Okay, so there's this problem, and I know about cases where companies actually then turned their back to the AI agents, and first of all went back to the original system they had. Okay, so I think in this sense there are a lot of improvements which have to be done, and I'm not sure because this is not my topic. Okay, so I'm not sure what are the developments in this area at the moment. But for sure they are, because as you know, LLMs and AI agents are developed everywhere at the moment.
Any suggestion for us? Like many people are also using that Maltbot, so the agents which personal agent, we can create personal agent through Maltbot.
You mean a small model, right, which is fine-tuned to the specific task?
Yes.
Yes. This also exists. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is InCITe Singh from BTech IT. So, as LLMs transition into autonomous models that can take action on themselves, how are we solving the problem that the models get stuck into non-productive reasoning cycles?
Repeat the last part of the sentence.
Non-productive reasoning cycles. Like models get stuck into non-productive reasoning cycles.
Yeah. See, I'm not expert in LLMs. Okay, we are simply, I would call ourselves users of LLMs rather than researchers on LLMs, because in our case, and that's why I call my talk LLMs as assistants in optimization, we simply try to use their power, using them as assistants. Okay, so we are not even fine-tuning LLMs. Okay, so for me it's actually difficult to answer this question.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think you have to hold it close.
Hello.
Simply. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you for coming here. And my main question is regarding when there are some cases where the LLM takes a decision based on its own thinking, what it think is the most optimal way to do the thing. Like there was a research where two LLMs actually went on a date with each other on Valentine's. It was a game, obviously, a scenario, but the basic prompt was to host a party. It was a third LLM, but there were two LLMs actually were agents, and they went on a date in that same party on Valentine's Day. There was nothing to do with what we told it to do or what actually happened, but they did it on their own. So, is there any safety measures in the process of making, or should we just let it happen? What's your
No,
take?
I mean this is one of the big questions. How can we make them more controlled and more safe?
Yes.
And I don't know the answer. I just know that it has to be done somehow before employing them in certain application areas. Okay, so because at the moment you just cannot rely on the fact that it exactly does what you want. So, just an example. I was one of my PhD students is from Turkey. Okay, I'm originally German, so my mother language is German. And we said, okay, let's try to use GPT to translate between us. I will speak German, you will speak Turkish. Okay, and we explained the GPT. Okay, listen, this guy will speak in German, the other one in Turkish, and you translate. And at some point I thought, okay, let's see what I can do in order to make the LLM do something wrongly, okay, or something which is not expected. And I gave a nonsense answer to a question of my Turkish PhD student, and the LLM didn't translate. It said, there must be something wrong. I stopped translating now. Okay, so you wouldn't expect that. If you have a translator, you expect simply that the translator translates. Okay, but you don't expect any other reaction. So I think for certain applications they have to be controlled much better. And also what I said before in a conversation, they have to be value aligned. Okay, so we as a society, we have certain values. We have well, don't commit crimes, be human. Okay, so all the values that we have as generally accepted values. And the LLM might not have these, but it doesn't have values. Okay, and this is one of the big problems for employing them in in certain areas, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. When you explain like how LLMs improve optimization algorithms, right? They improve based upon the existential optimization algorithms. Like when I type out anything related to optimization, they will first look at what optimization code I am giving out, and then they will check out what other code is there for optimization.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that we are solving every kind of problem, right? What if we end up in a situation where the current optimization algorithms are not working very well?
Yeah.
So we are just introducing waste information on.
Yeah, that's why I said in the first application about the TSP, imagine you are a non-expert, okay? You are non-expert, you have this basic algorithm for your problem, and you want to improve it. But as you are a non-expert, you don't know how to do it, okay? So you simply pick the brain, let's say, the knowledge base of the LLM, in order to implement things into this algorithm which are already known, okay? They exist in the literature. But in the second application, which I had to skip, okay, we were actually asking the LLM to improve an expert-designed algorithm for a specific problem, and it was not easy. We didn't see any way. I mean, we designed this algorithm. It was one of our algorithms. We were experts on this algorithm, and we didn't see a way to improve it. Okay. And the LLM, for some reason, I don't understand it because this doesn't exist in the literature, came up with a way to do it. Okay. So this was surprising for us. We didn't actually think that it would be possible. In this case, it was possible then.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there are no more questions, thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure the audience had much to learn from it. As part of Amity's tradition, I now request Professor Dr. K.M. Soni, sir, and Professor Dr. Natasha Hasteen, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Christian Bloom with the sacred Tulsi sapling along with the memento.
For the next speaker of the lineup, I would like to invite Dr. Marita Turpin. Dr. Turpin is a professor in the Department of Informatics at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. Her educational background includes qualifications in applied mathematics, which is complemented by a PhD in information technology. Her research centers on ICT 4D, systems thinking, and impact of technological interventions in developing countries. She also explores emerging technologies such as IoT and the platform economy in the context of socio-economic development. In 2025, she delivered her inaugural lecture, The Timeless Value of Systems in Information Systems and Beyond. Her work has been cited over 1,000 times with an H index of 13, underscoring her contributions to the field. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Turpin to the stage. A warm round of applause, please.
I'm going to find this clicker or is there a clicker or where and fine? I don't have a mouse or okay, there's no mouse or no, how do you do this snapshot? No. There we are. Okay, happiness. Thank you. Oh, these things working. Okay. Yes, but I need to stand here too. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to stand in front of students from another country. I'm used to standing in front of students in South Africa. Just a little bit of interesting things about students from South Africa, because people are always, if you haven't been to South Africa, you may wonder about the demographics of South Africa. If I'm standing in front of an undergraduate class, what do I see in front of me? I see quite a few faces like yourself. A few Indian students that like to take IT. We have mostly Black students, African students. Yeah, and then there are a few white faces as well, depending on the class, more or less, maybe 20% white faces. All right, so that's what I see in front of me. When I look at you, I also see a very beautiful, arrangement of people from different areas of India. So I don't see something which is totally homogeneous. I see some beautiful diversity, and I love to stand in front of you. So thank you for the opportunity. Right. Yeah, what I'm seeing in front of me is not what I'm seeing on the screen now. Sorry, there was technical support during the break, but now it disappeared. Yes. Thank you. All right. So people, my talk is not a high-tech talk. All right. But I hope that in the next 20 minutes or so, there will be something that you will take home, which will change the way that you look at AI, and that will change the way that you think about how you use AI. All right. I know that I'm standing in front of a very techno-optimistic group of people. What do I mean with techno-optimistic? Right. I mean, you are very excited about AI, and that's good. You also believe it's going to change the world, and the more we know about it, the better for us, right? Which is, all of that is true, right? But the one thing I want you to go away with after this talk is how valuable your own brain is, right? And your goal in teaching is to look after your own brain. Right, that is your primary goal in a university environment, is to develop your own brain, not to develop any systems. If you develop any systems and the development of your own brain gets compromised, you are not doing yourself a favor. Right. Okay, so let me, this is the outline of my talk. First, I'm going to talk about, the goal of higher education. Why are we at university? Then I'm going to look at, is it too close? Thanks for telling me, hey? I'm going to look at what are the skills that we need for the future workplace. Okay, that's important for us to know, right? As IT students, I'm also teaching IT students. I'm going to look at quickly what's the difference between Gen AI and traditional AI, because today I'm specifically talking about Gen AI. I'm going to take you through 2 recent studies on the cognitive aspects of using Gen AI. I'm going to look at why we need to take AI and teaching and learning seriously, why it's such a serious thing for us as lecturers, how we plan assessments to make it responsible so that, as I say, we exercise your brain and not the computer's brain, and some examples of how we are currently using AI in our own teaching and learning. Right. So this is what I want to leave to part with. The overarching goal of higher education is for students to develop their own thinking skills and to become independent thinkers and knowledge creators. Right. So with every task that you do at university, this is what you must think of. Are you going towards this goal? If not, something is wrong, either in how you approach the task or something else is wrong. Right. So before we go further on education, I want us to take us back to the Future of Jobs reports. This is a very meaningful document for you because it summarizes what the top employers in the world think about. What are the skills required for the future world of work? Right. It brings together the perspective of over 1,000 leading global employers, collectively representing more than 14 million workers across 22 industries and 55 economies from around the world. Right. and it contains a ranked list of skills that employers believe is core for the future world of work. All right, and this is cross-cutting. It's across all disciplines, across all technologies, right, across all fields. And I'll show you this. I'll show you the graph now. On the graph, you will see that cognitive skills are consistently ranked among the top required skills, and analytical thinking has been the top listed skill for the last 3 years. Now, you can't necessarily see the details, but you can easily look up. You can just browse the Future of Jobs report. So number one, the top skill required by employers is analytical thinking. Right. But it's important that it's the analytical thinking of your own brain. Right. Then there's resilience, flexibility, and agility is number 2. Leadership and social influence is number 3. Creative thinking is number 4. Motivation and self-awareness is number 5. Then only at number 6 is technological literacy. Right. Where's AI and big data? Number 11. Right. That's only after number 8, curiosity and lifelong learning. All right. So can you see these are all human skills that are required? If we have those skills, then it is not difficult for us to use AI or develop AI. Okay. But we have to start with these skills first. So again, every activity that you do on campus, think of how you can contribute towards growing these skills in yourself, because then you will be very employable, no matter what you study, no matter where you go, right? You will make a valuable asset. That is why people employ university graduates, is they want to employ thinkers, right? Here's another slide. The skills that are on the rise. In other words, the skills that employers think are becoming even more important. There we find AI and big data is the biggest improvement. But still, it's only number 11 on that other list. All right. So the techie skills are among the top 3: AI and big data, networks and cybersecurity, technological literacy. Yeah, the number 4 is creative thinking, which is a cognitive skill. All right. But even for creative thinking to be on the rise in a very technological oriented world is also very interesting for us. All right. So I'm just gonna, I know you all are very, into your AI, and you probably, many of you know more of it than I do. But let's quickly look at what's the difference between artificial intelligence or traditional AI versus generative AI. This is just a sort of almost a dummy's guide. Traditional AI, that is very much what Professor Bloom is an expert in. Computer systems mimicking human intelligence in analyzing data, automating tasks, prediction, and supporting decision making. Right. Versus, and I myself come from that field many years ago in the 1990s. I was one of the first people in South Africa that was, working with expert systems also as a user, and we used methods like forward and backward chaining. The systems there were very predictable, very reliable, very explainable. They were very limited in scope, right? And in that sense, Gen AI is very different. Gen AI is also AI. It's not a different technology, but they work differently, right? They are trained on a set of data, and they learn the underlying patterns to generate new data according to the patterns, right? So whereas traditional AI typically analyzes, Gen AI is used to create. Okay. Now I'm making the claim that Gen AI tools, they do not necessarily understand meaning. Okay. They generate content based on statistical patterns and relationships in the training data. So the Gen AI itself doesn't have an understanding. It generates based on the patterns. Right. So here are 2 important studies that they are basically in publication at the moment. They are pre-releases of the papers on the internet. And this first paper is called the memory paradox. All right. And it says that in this era of Gen AI, the human memory faces a paradox. The more we offload knowledge on external aids, the less we exercise and develop our own cognitive capabilities. Right. So what does that say? It says like, if I use LLM to do my assignment for me, it's like I build a robot to send it to the gym to exercise for me. Am I going to get fit if I do that? No. Okay. It's actually worse than doing it myself. All right. Because I don't learn anything in the process. And I might fool the lecturer if I can get away with it, but I am cheating myself out of the learning opportunity. All right. So, and this study shows that the underuse of the brain's declarative and procedural memory systems undermines reasoning, impedes learning, and diminishes productivity. Right. So the moment we use AI to substitute, us doing the task ourselves, us going through the struggle, us going through the thinking process, we are diminishing our own thinking capability. In fact, one of these studies has shown that, in the first world countries, every year for a most number of years, the IQ of the population have risen. But recently, since the introduction of LLMs, the average IQ of the population in the first world is dropping every single year. It's dropping. Right. So we think, wow, the future of AI and so on. But what does it help if we become stupider in the process? Okay. What will that leave us if the AI is becoming smarter and we are becoming more stupid? How will we be the ones in control of the AI then? All right. So in an age saturated with external information, general insight still depends on robust internal knowledge. All right. So one of these studies, I can't remember if it's this one or the other one, shows that we've got different kinds of memory. We've got memory of just learning things, and we've got memory of doing the process. But actually, both of those are needed in our thinking. All right. So it makes our life easier if we store phones on our mobile phone, and there's lots of facts that we don't have to keep in our brain. But we actually keep our brain fit if we memorize. Right. And it's that thinking that is necessary for us. Here's another study. This study looked at the cognitive cost of using an LLM in the educational context of writing an essay. All right. So even if you're an IT student, at some stage you have to write a piece of English. All right. Whether it's a project report or whether you go further and it's a research report. So not all of what we do is just coding. Right, and this study had 3 groups it gave a task to different groups of people using only an LLM, people using only a search engine. Then there was a brain only group, and there was actually a group 3 and 4 and 5. The group 4 used LLM first and then their brain, and group 5 used their brain first and then LLM. Okay, so what it showed was across these groups, the brain connectivity, in other words, the sophistication of how your brain works, systematically scaled down with the amount of external support. Right. So those neurons, every time you think, those neurons are working and connecting. So every time you outsource, you deprive your brain the opportunity of becoming more fit. Right. So the brain-only group showed the strongest, connectivity and the widest ranging networks. Professor Bloom will know, the sophistication of a neural network. So the more we make the thinking capability of an LLM, the better it performs. But we need that for ourselves as well. This is the prime example of a neural network, is our own brain. Right. So the people that only use the LLM example in this, their brain showed the weakest amount of reasoning in the process. In other words, they literally almost shut down their brains while they were doing the exercise. Okay, and then the second part of the study, where people used first the LLM and then their brain, it showed weaker connectivity than where they first used their brain and then the LLM. All right. So what it means is once we've trained our brain to do something, and then we give it to an LLM, that's very different. all right? Because then we can critically engage with an LOA. Okay, but let me, my time is limited. So I'm telling you this because we cannot afford to be ignorant about it. You know, it's like, if we are part of this AI experiment, we mustn't shoot ourselves in the foot because of it, right? If you think you can be good at programming, whatever, you're good at using, and your brain goes backwards, you're not doing yourself a favor. Okay. So that is why we need to take the use of AI in teaching and learning seriously. We cannot afford that our students don't have that opportunity to develop their own brains, because that's the core of what we're teaching them. Okay. So what we do at the University of Pretoria, we look at how do we use AI in our assignments and activities. We know the students are using it in any case. Okay, so we have to manage it from our side in order to make sure, for example, that our qualification doesn't get compromised, right? Because if it comes known in the press that somebody wrote their PhD using AI, then people will think, what does your qualification mean? Then they're not going to employ people from our university anymore. So we have to be very careful in how we manage the process of assessments of the students. So we have two types of assessment, summative and formative, right? Summative is the high stakes. That's the exam at the end. So what we try and do is, you know, make those AI proof. Okay, because we need to be able to prove that our students can do the work themselves. So the interesting place where we play around with students and AI is the formative assessments. Those assignments and activities we do through the semester. All right, there it's a learning opportunity for both the lecturer and the student about the value that AI adds and how we can make the student learn better with or without the use of AI. Right. And we also know, so we are not ignorant of the fact that we need to prepare students for a future world of work where they need to be AI literate and where they will need to interact with AI. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly share with you a few examples of what we've done so far as success cases of combining AI or Gen AI in an assignment. So this study was actually done by my colleague, Professor. He was the first one to try it out, and it worked very well. Professor Jean-Paul van Bel is actually also a collaborator with Amity University. So very soon after the ChatGPT was released at the end of 2022, he brought out this assignment for his students. And he gave them a question and he said, you will go and ask this question to ChatGPT and you need to critically evaluate its answer. And that is your answer to that is what you have to bring. That is the result of your assignment. You have to go and critique the ChatGPT response. Okay. And that paper has been cited quite a few times, the paper that he published. And it's got some good practices in using AI as part of the teaching and learning, right? So the take home from this study is we must teach the students to engage critically with AI, okay? And we must actually force them to engage critically with AI so that they can see for themselves what is the benefit and what is the weaknesses. Okay, some of the things that the students found, for example, here was there was lack of depth in the ChatGPT response. There was questionable accuracy. There was bias in the responses. But they had to go and motivate and argue for why it was a problem. Okay, so they had to think, they had to apply their brains. Okay, here's just an example of how I used AI in a critical thinking assignment. Where, again, the students I based this on Professor van Bel's assignment. The students were given a question. They had to go and ask ChatGPT a response. But here, because I was teaching critical thinking, the students had to write an argument to me, to tell me, so they had to go and reason, they had to convince me that ChatGPT presented a sound argument or not. Okay. So they had to go and analyze ChatGPT's reasoning skills. Right. Here's another example where I gave students a group assignment, a practical assignment, and I told them they could up to a quarter of the assignment they could do with Gen AI, but they had to tell me how they used it, where they used it, and they had to reflect on the use. Okay, and that was an interesting learning experience. So I gave them a way to exercise their need to use AI, while at the same time reflect on it. And then I could also see how and where they benefited from AI. Because normally they don't tell us. They try and hide it as far as they can. Right. One of the very promising Gen AI tools is Notebook LM. How many of you are using Notebook LM? Okay, quite a few. So it's something seriously to consider for any research project. So I'm currently in progress with an assignment that I've given my master's students in research methodology. So I tell them to, load their sources to Notebook LM, then use the Notebook LM Studio tools, which creates a learning experience. It creates for you a little short slideshow or something. And then, but then they have to do their own thematic analysis. Right. So here we again combine the AI with the unthinking exercise. Right. One of the things that we want to encourage students so that they don't get flagged for AI if they do a piece of work is to use AI as a tutor or an assistant or something. All right. But then they do the final writing, they do in their own work, in their own words. All right. So that we can see that they interpreted the AI material as part of their thinking. All right. So, yeah, so as far as we can, what we're trying to do at the university is for to teach students to go about critically when I look at AI, because in the world of work, they're going to have to work with AI and they need to find errors. They need to know how to look for the errors in the Gen AI responses. We ask them to share the process of prompting, which tools they were used and so on. So to promote transparency, right? Because anything that's not transparent in acknowledging our sources is plagiarism, and the university cannot tolerate that. And lastly, we ask students to reflect on it and what is their learning experience, because we're all learning about this together. Okay, people, here is just some useful resources, papers that's been published. I also co-authored a paper in the space, which is very optimistic. But in the meantime, the more I get exposed to AI, the more critical I become of, its effects on our students' thinking. Okay. Any questions?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Aditya Kumar and I'm the founder of Ninthrom, an EdTech company. And I'm also a BTech student in IT here in the second year. So in the presentation, you discussed that there were three groups of students you did a research on. One was not given any tools, one was having access to search engines only, and one was having access to LLMs. Yeah, so I mean, okay. So just my question was, how was the sample, decided to distribute among the three groups? Because, for example, as we reduced that brain to LLM students were much more, cognitive, or rather had much more cognitive ability in the end rather than the LLM to brain students. So my question is, what if in the sample population itself, the students who were chosen for the brain to LLM part were slightly more cognitively able, and hence they were chosen in the first place, and the students in the other group might not have that much cognitive ability. That was maybe the reason of being selected in the other group. And in effect, this raises the question about how was the test performed so that we can rely on the results. That's my question.
Okay. According to I read the study, I didn't doubt the credibility of the study. I do have so I'm actually asking, I think I can ask you a counter question because you are a student and this is part of your learning process. Go and read that. The article is in my resource, is in my list of sources. You go and read the article, and then you tell me whether there was bias in you, because I don't think there was. I cannot remember from how many people and whatever, but it convinced me when I read it that it was a credible study. But I think you go and read the article yourself, and then I think it's fair to ask you then to critique the study, and if there was a problem in the study, please email me and let me know, and then I will adjust my use of it in the future.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. And I have another question as well. Can I ask? Yeah, sure. So basically, the second question was that you mentioned that we have various assessment methods. You mentioned different studies, and in those, one thing I got was that the assessment was basically the student has to first, type some form of prompt to the chat GPT, and the second step was the validation part, that the student has to independently go to the resources and validate whether the student got the actually correct or factually correct answer from ChatGPT. So my question is that given that LLMs are trained from the data around the internet, and most of them sources their reliability and credibility from the search engines themselves, and if we are ultimately using search engines for validating the resources and getting the factually correct answers, how can you verify the authenticity of the source or maybe the response generated from ChatGPT?
We need to be able to do that. Otherwise, we can't send our students in the workplace. That is the most basic skill. What you said now, that very last question, is what we need to teach our students. To verify response from. So this is exactly what we're doing, to teach them to be critical. I know, but I'm one of the brain to LLM people. Okay, so I can already, if you give me a piece of text, I can just, if you give me the original article, you can give me a summary. I can tell you, oh, this is superficial. It didn't focus on the right things, but that comes from many years of using my brain. So I need to teach that to my students. It's my responsibility to come up with ways to teach them exactly that.
Oh.
Right, so that they can use AI responsibly in the workplace.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very inspiring talk. Now, as part of Amity's tradition, I would now like to invite Professor Dr. K.M. Soni sir and Professor Dr. Natasha Hastir ma'am to felicitate Dr. Turpin with a sacred Tulsi sapling and a memento. I request everyone to be seated as we will be moving on to the industry leadership session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed industry leaders, distinguished faculty members, respected dignitaries, and my fellow innovators. It is with immense pride, excitement, and a deep sense of privilege that I, Pranav Sharma, along with my co-host Shreyansh Singh, stand before you today. Representing Department of Information and Technology, we warmly welcome you to InCITe 2026, a platform where ideas ignite, leaders connect, and the future begins to take shape. Standing here today, looking at this distinguished gathered crowd, I'm reminded that the future is not something that we wait for, it is something that we build. And in this very room today, we are surrounded by the builders of that future.
This year's theme for InCITe 2026, Agentic Intelligence, Empower Your World, reflects a powerful idea that the future belongs to those who can design, direct, and collaborate with intelligent systems that act with purpose. Agentic intelligence is not just about smarter machines. It is about amplifying human potential and expanding what we believe is possible. Today, we are privileged to be in the presence of pioneers who are leading this innovation, visionaries who are empowering the world through intelligent systems and reminding us that the next breakthrough begins with the courage to take agency of the future.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at one of our most significant segments of InCITe 2026. Today, we are not here just to listen to speakers, we are here to learn from the leaders that have built technologies that power the modern world.
It is my distinct privilege to introduce Mr. Nikhil Arora, Director of Data Intelligence at S&P Global Market Intelligence. With deep expertise in operational data intelligence, AI, and machine learning, he is driving the shift from traditional analytics to agentic AI and autonomous data systems, building AI-first roadmaps that move organizations from insight to autonomous execution. May I request everyone to join me in welcoming Mr. Nikhil Arora, sir, with a huge round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Nikhil Arora here. So today I'll be speaking about data intelligence. Just a show of hands, who knows about data intelligence? As my previous speakers have been talking about analytical thinking, logical thinking, just want to see, there's a show of hands. Anybody wants to take just a jibe at it? What exactly is data intelligence? Nobody? Fine. So before I start with data intelligence, I would like to first of all thank Dr. Natasha, Dr. KM Soni for inviting me here again. I came last time, spoke about data intelligence 1.0. So I just wanted to continue with whatever I spoke last time and just bring a sort of a correlation between what was there earlier and what it is right now. So yeah, just a brief about myself. It's been more than 20 years that I've been sort of into the IT industry. Though I come from a electronics and instrumentation background, Dr. KM Soni has taught me so many subjects in my engineering. So really thankful to him for setting the stage at the right time. So yeah, I am a avid cricketer. Every Sunday, I just follow my passion. And yeah, I'm a marathon runner as well. So my body may show something else, but yeah, I'm able to at least run 21 kilometers. So yeah, coming from a Java background, yeah, and did all the basics right, and now into the data intelligence field for more than 8 years now. So what exactly is data intelligence? Okay, we need to understand what are the 5 main components of the data intelligence. Okay, so data sources. What are the different data sources? It could be coming from a Twitter. It could be coming from Instagram. It could be coming from Facebook. It could be coming from anything that you can think about. Those are the sources of the data. The next sort of component is, where do you collect the data, right? So that's the data collection and storage, and then we do the data analysis. So you would churn the data. You will just identify what are the similarities, what are the dissimilarities, and how you can correlate between distinct data sets. And why do we do this? To cover the uncover the hidden facts. Moving on, I'll just try to be a bit fast. Okay. So this is not me who has produced these charts. McKinsey has been doing a lot of research in a lot of organizations, and it says that, okay, how is the AI scale growing? So if you see, in last 2 to 3 years, the AI scale has gone significantly up, and organizations have started scaling up the AI implementations in the organizations. And what we see is that we have crossed the stage of exploration, and we have started seeing scaling of AI solutions. Now, on the right-hand side, if you see, there's a brief comparison of what exactly is happening across the industry based on their sizes of the revenue. So we have got organizations which are less than $100 million, and we have got organizations which are more than $5 billion, sorry. And everywhere you see that there is a scaling sort of graph that has gone up, that is going up with every year. If you want to just go through this, there's a big sort of PDF which McKinsey has released, and you can just refer to it. And it's called as the State of AI in 2025, Agents, Innovation, and Transformation. So the next, again, these two graphs have been taken from the research that McKinsey has done. So if you see on the left-hand side, across the functions of the organizations, we are seeing that there is productivity increase that we are seeing. Now, why we are bringing in AI is to see such outcomes. Everybody wants to look at what is the outcome of AI. What is the tangible outcome that you see from the implementations that are happening? Whether there is a cost saving, whether there is new and improved solutions that are being built. What is it that we are seeing is across the organization, across the functions in the organization, everybody is employing AI. And to the right, if you see, what has exactly happened is there is a 3.6x productivity gain that we are seeing with the solutions that are being built using AI tools and technologies. Yeah. So this, to the extreme left that you see, don't consider that agent is going to replace you. It's the agent which is going to be your partner. You can't say that, okay, that we'll lose a job, there will be job cuts. There will be job cuts, but there will be upskilling of individuals that will be required in the industry as well. So that is why we say that from human-led to AI partnered. Now, there were silos of data that were sitting across in many places, right? And somebody had to connect to the data earlier to all these silos. Now the agents have got the required connections to connect to these silos and bring a sort of a beautiful picture of what the data looks like. It could be beautiful, it could be the other way around as well. And finally, people were creating, it could be Excel pivots, or it could be Excel charts, or it could be Power BI, it could be Tableau, it could be any sort of visualization tool that you can talk about. Now the agents are able to create the data, create the visuals or the reports or the dashboards based on whatever they have seen from those data silos when they connect it to the data. So last time when I came in, I was talking about what you see on the left-hand side, which is data intelligence 1.0, where there was, so in the funnel that you see, there are different sources from where the data is being sort of fetched. Then there you've got an Azure or AWS sitting in between as an intermediate storage layer where you are storing the data. Then you're doing a sort of a transformation. So it's a classic ETL kind of extract, transform, and load kind of an architecture. On the right, the architecture remains the same, but you see the agents, the three agents that are sitting there right now, which are going to do sourcing for you. They are going to do the transformation, and they are going to do the visualization and reporting as well. So what are the different dimensions that we are talking out here is what are the primary actors, output, logical engine, and speed. So I'll just lay a lot of stress on speed, because what happens is with AI, everybody is looking at productivity gains. That if you were able to complete a task earlier in 1 hour, are you able to do that in 10 minutes or 5 minutes or a minute? So the latency of the human review was there in data intelligence 1.0, but that has been taken away, and there is a real-time sort of execution that is happening in 2.0. Okay. So we just need to look at how this extract, transform, and load can do a sort of a full autonomous cycle. So eventually, when we were doing the sourcing, transforming, and visualization, there was some sort of human intervention that were required in all these three phases. Okay. Now it's a sort of a loop that has been developed. That is why we call it as an autonomous cycle, where everything is happening and there is a feedback kind of a mechanism that happens after looking at the visualization. Do you want to improve certain things? Then you do the sourcing again, and this sort of cycle continues. Why I wanted to show this is so that it imprints in your mind that before we were doing left to right, now we are doing a cyclic kind of a thing. Okay, so what exactly is this phase one, which is sourcing of the data, right? So in platform one, we used to have some sort of manual connectors where if you have to connect to, say, for example, you have to connect to an Instagram API to get the data of how many people are using Instagram, say in India, or it could be in America. Now, if you have to get this data, obviously there should be some sort of whitelisting of the IPs that need to be done, and then obviously you need to have the connections to connect to that particular data and get that data somewhere. Let's take a sort of a very small example. If you see on your screens, there is a goal that I've written, which is find the correlation between the crude prices, the Brent crude prices, and the logistic cost. Okay. So you just ask a normal question to your agent, and the agent will start doing all of the things, starting with the sourcing of the data. Now, because it knows where to get the data for the crude prices, where to get the logistic cost, it knows already, because there are as I was talking about the data silos, those have been removed, and there is the autonomy of the data being present and the connections being available in your config agents. Now, what we do is we identify, okay, what if it is an ERP system or it is an external API or a SharePoint. So what happens is that is your identification phase. That okay, which data do I need to connect to? Then you do the authentication, whether I am authenticated to connect to that particular data or not. And then obviously the retrieval part, which is the third pillar in your diagrams. So what exactly is happening behind the scenes is that there is a kind of a semantic search which happens, and then there are functions being called automatically, and then your LLM orchestrates that particular function calling and gives you the result. So I've put down some kind of data sources as well which are involved, but if you see the outcomes right at the bottom of your screen, which is there are no hard-coded connectors, and there is self-service data access. That if I want to connect to the data, I can just ask a question, I'll get the data output. If somebody in your family wants to connect to it, you will have that sort of rights. They will have that rights to the data as well. On the right, I'm not allowed to actually give the exact code, but what I could do was I could just show, probably it may not be visible, but it is doing step by step in the background all these things which I have pasted down in the diagram. And it is all happening behind the scenes. You don't have to write even a single piece of code, but you just need to know that, okay, how it needs to grow as a sort of a logical flow. The next part is the data engineering. I'll just try to be quick out here. What it does is it identifies what are the anomalies in the data. Where is the data matching? Where is there a sort of a similarity in the data? Are there any outliers in the data or not? So say, for example, if my name is Nikhil Arora and my name is written as Nihkil, then it would identify that there is a sort of a problem in my name, and it would say that it looks to be a sort of an outlier because what I was seeing earlier was Nikhil, but now it is Nihkil. So that kind of anomalies it detects automatically and it starts reporting. And if there is a sort of a logic built in that do an auto correctness of that, it will do that as well. Very simple sort of thing that we are employing right now in our data sets is with what we call it as AI readiness of the data. AI readiness means that the column headers should have a proper name. It should not have first underscore name or F underscore name or L underscore name. You could just say the column name as first name, last name. So that is basically the AI readiness. That's the foundation of AI. Now, the next thing is in the transformation is how the business logics are applied. And then automatically there is a normalization of the data that is done. Again, if you see, it's the code that is sort of running in the background, where it is doing the normalization, finding the anomalies, and giving you the required output of the data that, okay, this is what the transformation has been done. Okay, the final part is the phase 3 is around the visualization. Now, what happens is everybody wants to look at what is it that, so somebody higher in the organization may want to just look at the narratives. So that's the middle layer. And some people in the organization may want to look at different charts, right? So this autonomous kind of action will do everything, which is it will give a sort of a smart narration. It will give you the charts as well. And this is the beauty of having sort of generative AI or the AI built into this whole cycle, which will generate the fancy looking charts, and it is based on know your audience. So that's why we call it as, if a CEO wants to look at the same data set, they could get that kind of information. If somebody from a technology leader perspective wants to look at it, they can get a sort of the data in or the report in the right manner, but it is all coming from single source of truth, as we call it. From the same data, everything is being generated. Okay, so as we were talking about the crude prices and the logistic cost, so this is the output that it would generally produce, right? So on the left, the first visual, it gives you a sort of a data set that, okay, I have identified what are the prices in USD in different sort of time frames, and what are the logistic costs. And then it produces a sort of a fancy looking kind of a chart. And then there is a sort of a narration and recommendation that is happening as well, that I could find a sort of a 0.87 kind of a correlation between the two. And what is the action that can be taken that it recommends as well. So it is not part of the problem. It is not identifying the problem. It is giving you a sort of a solution as well, that what needs to be done with this particular data, and it gives you the recommendation. So on the right hand side, if you see, these are, so we started with a goal, we identified the data, we authenticated it, retrieved it, unified it, correlated it, and then there is a sort of a recommendation as well that has come in. So what is the outcome of this? The outcome of this is that there is a 3x gain that you see in most of the pipelines that are being written right now in the industry. There are no manual ETL jobs, and everything is 100% goal driven. If I have got a goal, I'll just give a prompt and it will start doing the things. Okay. Something which you all will be able to relate to, because I can see that there are sort of IT and CS sort of students out here. So what is that sort of phase one? So if you just lay a bit of stress on that question, which is, how do I center a div in CSS? So it's a CSS as a cascading style sheets where you can format your HTML pages. So the AI provides you that code snippet. Okay. Now you ask a next question, which is, my website is slow. What do I need to do now? Right? It says that, okay, there is a plan that needs to be done to optimize that particular site. Finally, when it knows that, okay, what part of the code that it needs to fix so that your website starts working properly, it will go into your GitHub repository and it will go and fix the code as well and deploy the code into, either it could be a test environment or it could be anywhere else. But if you want to avoid any production breakages, you could just test this out autonomously right from start till the end. Okay. So yeah, I just want to sort of give one very small example of the India growth story, which has been released some time back. Bajaj Finance employed agents, okay, and they were able to disburse 1,600 crores of loans via these agents. And those were all custom generated loan options for the customers calling them. Okay. The agents took 20 million plus calls, right? 20 million plus. Humans couldn't have achieved it, but agents could do it. And then what eventually that did was, there were about 100,000 personalized offers that got generated. Imagine if there are even 100 agents that are sitting, will they be able to generate 100,000 personalized offers? They will not be able to. So eventually, it is a 25 to 45% efficiency gain that Bajaj Finance saw in the last quarter. Fine. that's my last slide, which is what kind of skills that you need to sort of develop to do whatever I just talked about. Uh, the agentic and Gen AI, definitely it is all about just learning. And to start with, you can definitely look at the vector databases, how how the API management needs to be done, and obviously everybody needs to have a sort of a Git or a GitLab or a GitHub repository where you can sort of work on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that incredibly insightful and forward-looking session.
May we take a moment to honor and facilitate Mr. Nikhil Arora, sir. So we thank you with bottom of our hearts for your incredible contribution in our conference today. Please accept this Tulsi sapling and memento as a token of appreciation from our respected KM Soni, sir. It is my great honor to introduce to you our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Sapan Goyal, Director of Product Engineering at Palo Alto Network, joining us online here today with an extensive experience across global technology leaders such as Microsoft and Cisco. So currently drives initiatives in cloud and AI security, helping enterprises secure their digital transformation journeys. May I request everyone to join me in welcoming Mr. Sapan Goyal, sir, with a huge round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you confirm if you can hear me?
We can hear you, sir. You can start.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the warm welcome and the introduction. And today I'm going to talk about securing AI. Let me just share my presentation and then we'll get started. All right. Can you confirm that you can see the slides?
Yes, sir, we can see your PPTs.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. So today the theme for this next 30 minutes is about securing AI. We had a wonderful presentation on the advantages of AI. I wanted to talk about why securing AI is important. And securing AI is not just the tagline. This is a central challenge of today's time. We all are living in this new age. I call this an age of AI, and it is actually here. We all are using the power of AI to stay ahead. And we all are aware. We have to be aware about it. And we have to architect this new reality. It is very, very important. So today in next 30 minutes, I am going to cover two key areas. First is we will look at how AI and the threat landscape is evolving. And second, we will also look at what is a recommended approach to securing AI by design. I will start off by saying that AI is not coming. It is actually here. And it is changing the way we live, how we work, and even how we are all evolving. We all use personalized assistants to shape our workdays. If you go to San Francisco, you will see that self-driving cars, they are navigating city streets. Smart grids, they are balancing national energy flows in real time. All this is happening now. And we are not stopping here. We are going one step further. Companies like autonomous truck startups, Kodiak, they are reimagining long-haul trucking. Recently, they went public with a market cap of $1 billion. We are seeing AI being used for tutors in schools. A typical example is a school in Texas, Austin, where each kid is getting a personalized lesson program guided by artificial intelligence. And our most loved music app, Spotify, is also now partnering with artists and brand to create an AI-first digital experience. So if you look at this across the enterprises, AI is becoming the great accelerator of productivity and creativity. We are seeing adoption of AI on three powerful fronts. The first one, external AI tools. Teams across enterprises, they are embracing copilots and assistants to work smarter and faster. From summarizing reports to automating various routine tasks. These tools, these are not just freeing the time of the people, and this free time can be used by them to focus on more strategic and more innovative ideas instead of spending time on the mundane tasks. The second key powerful front that we are seeing is the use of AI agents. And AI agents, that is the new thing. They are intelligent and they act on behalf of individuals. Typical examples that I have seen AI agents being used, they are used in support functions to help triage customer requests. They are used by various DevOps teams to automate a lot of the tasks that they had to do all of that manually. And they are used in a lot of data analytics to surface insights from complex data sets. In fact, there was an article, an announcement by Microsoft sometime back in which they said that they expect to have about 1.3 billion AI agents to be in operations by 2028. These agents will be working alongside humans. So clearly you can see this is not just adoption. This is actually a transformation at scale. The third key front that we are seeing AI being used is custom AI applications. This is where the real differentiation lives. The custom AI applications are usually built to solve a specific high-value problem that generic tools like ChatGPT or Gemini, they cannot solve. Because the task actually requires a private data, it requires a proprietary logic, and it requires many times the integration with the legacy systems. This is what you see in the use case that was presented in the previous presentation about Bajaj Finance. That is the custom AI application that they have built for themselves. Some other typical examples are predictive maintenance in manufacturing. Take, for example, of a critical machine failing unexpectedly in manufacturing industry, which causes a manufacturing line stoppage. Now, AI model, along with the data coming from IoT sensors, it can help to identify the vibration signatures of the machine, and it can identify that weeks before the fault happens. thus reducing the amount of downtime. So there are many such use cases where the custom AI applications can be built. These applications are actually rewriting how industries are operating, and the pace of change that we are seeing with respect to custom AI applications, that is like incredible. If you look at this, right, AI is driving the next wave of enterprise transformation, and it is happening at a speed that we have not seen in recent years. Historically, we thought that SaaS and cloud, they were big and fast. But if we compare that to what's happening with AI, they really took a long time. The SaaS transformation, it was about 15 years. The migration to cloud, it happens in around 10 years. Broad AI adoption, it actually took 3 years, and it is much more broader. Based on the reports of some of the large AI companies, more than 1 billion people are using AI right now. So definitely the opportunity is incredible. And I would emphasize that this is not a future-looking exercise. This is happening right now. We are seeing 40% increase in the productivity, 50% reduction in time to resolve customer issues, and developers, they are completing coding tasks twice as fast. And all of us, for all of us in this room, all of us in India and globally, the adoption is no longer optional. It's imperative. Because the promise that AI delivers, it's undeniable. There's this frenzy that is continuing about AI. I just wanted to share some more data about the usage and how it has increased over the years. We are seeing investment in infrastructure, specifically around AI infrastructure, becoming 2x in last 3 years, topping up to 270 billion is what we expect in next 3 years. The number of language models that exist, they have grown 13x in last 2 years. If you look at the native AI applications, they have grown 2x, and number of enterprises which are using AI, they have also doubled. So you see around 96% of the enterprises, they are actually using AI. But here is the rub. While the investment is massive in AI, there's a pressure that is getting mounted to show the ROI of AI. A lot of CFOs are asking that question to their CEOs and CIOs. Give me the value of AI. Show me the value of AI. So that is what is the biggest question in everyone's mind. And now there is another side of AI revolution that we cannot afford to ignore. AI is helping everyone. It is also supercharging attackers. It is transforming the cyber offense. And mind you, I did not say cyber defense. I said cyber offense. It is transforming the cyber offense just as fast as it is transforming the businesses. Attackers, they are also using the same models that we talk about. And they are using these models to automate phishing campaigns, generating convincing deepfakes, and mutating malware code. They are also able to exploit vulnerabilities much faster than any humans could do earlier. So if you look at some of the stats, the median time to exfiltrate in a ransomware incident, it has collapsed from 9 days in 2021 to less than 30 minutes today. And this is all fueled because of AI-driven innovations. SaaS-based attacks, they are up 470%. And adversaries, they are targeting the cloud services, which all the businesses rely on. And not just businesses, all educational institutions, everywhere we rely on cloud services. We are using Zoom for this this call, there also we are using SaaS, right? So there are 470% increase in SaaS-based attacks. And around 70% of these modern breaches that we are seeing, they are now spanning 3 or more attack surfaces, from endpoints to APIs to cloud applications. And these are not just statistics. These are really the signals of the new era in cybersecurity. And we all should be aware of this. Now with AI, there is a new class of security challenges, the challenges that are unlike anything that we have faced before. Let's unpack these challenges one by one. Starting with AI model vulnerabilities. Models, they are the brain of AI. But the AI models are vulnerable. They can be manipulated, not just misconfigured. The attackers, they can do prompt engineering and they can manipulate these models. They can trick these models by supplying the incorrect data, as I said, using prompt injections. Shadow AI. This is one big challenge the enterprises have. Earlier, when the SaaS applications came in, we had a problem of shadow applications. And when I say shadow AI, it effectively means that enterprise admins, the IT teams, they don't even know which AI applications are being used in their enterprise, because employees everywhere, they are using various AI applications, and now AI is embedded into all the SaaS applications that are being used in the enterprise. So shadow AI has become a biggest challenge. And if you don't know of something, if you don't have the visibility of something, you cannot protect it. That's why shadow AI is a big security risk. The extension of this risk is sensitive data exposure. There have been many cases where it is reported that someone in the company who had access to the confidential data, they shared the data with one of these Gen AI applications like ChatGPT to refine the data or to get a summary. Now, if the data shared in these applications is not restricted, you have a sensitive data exposure. Now that data can be used to train the models, and then those models, when they are used by other users, the other users will start to see the company's confidential data. So there's a huge risk of data exposure. AI app exploitation. Before AI came in and when the software was there was a concept of having a SDLC process, software defined lifecycle. And the SDLC process was mainly to make sure that software is developed in such a way so that it cannot be exploited. Similarly, for AI applications, they have to be developed with security in mind. So the AI application development has to be secure by design. While we are testing a red teaming exercise and validation, all those stages should be part of the AI app development. Last but not the least is the rogue AI agents. We are all talking about AI agents. It's the latest thing to happen. Soon, AI will actually start to do tasks for all of us. We are seeing browsers coming up. Browsers have the AI agents built in. They can do all the tasks autonomously for you. Things like if you have to book a train or a flight ticket or a hotel, you can tell a browser and it can go and get that thing booked without you having a lot of interactions. But we need strict boundaries. Otherwise, you can be in a very difficult situations. And let's say if you want to book a cheapest summer holiday flight, it might actually go and book you a flight, but it could be a non-refundable ticket with a 15-hour layover. Now that can cause real pain. And I'm just giving an example, but these examples, once we start using AI agents, not just for personal use, but also for enterprise usage. There are guardrails and there are things that we need to define to handle these security risks. And the biggest challenge we have right now is the AI adoption has accelerated, but the security readiness in the enterprises, it is lagging. According to the recent study, only 6% of the enterprises, they have a mature AI security framework in place. Now, whatever I said in last 15 minutes, this is not theoretical. This is what enterprises are facing every day. Research teams at the company where I work, Palo Alto Networks, the research teams are analyzing and responding to these attacks and publishing related threat intelligence. We all saw this headline where a finance employee was tricked to send $25 million to the scammers. And this was caused by the deep fake video conference because the attackers looked and behaved exactly like his colleagues. We have seen news of state actors using AI to get illicit IT jobs, and they are using the money from there to fund their regimes. We even saw a CEO of cybersecurity company, Darktrace, and she admitted that she was fooled by her own deepfake video and audio of her own voice. This is a new reality. The attackers, they are automated, they are sophisticated, and they are very fast. With enterprises adopting AI at scale, I think one thing is becoming very, very clear. Securing AI is not about adding more tools. It is about unifying how we secure every way AI is used in the business. It starts with how AI is used externally. Employees which are embracing copilots, chatbots, Gen AI assistants to work faster. This usage opens up front doors for data and risk, the security risks that I talked about. We definitely need visibility and governance to enable that innovation safely. We must control AI agents. These systems, these autonomous systems, they act on your behalf. They execute tasks on your behalf. They are making decisions on your behalf. And they are connecting across data and APIs. They definitely bring immense potential, but they also demand new oversight to ensure autonomy never turns into anarchy. And finally, we have to secure AI that we have built. The custom applications I talked about, the models that are used, the data sets that are used to train the models or to power these custom applications, they must be all protected across the entire phase of development, which includes training, deployment, and when it is being used in runtime. Because the integrity of your AI depends on every layer of this life cycle. And if you look at it, this requires a fundamental change in approach of how security was done. We have to change from the mindset of I will get one new product for everything that I am facing as a problem. I have spoken to customers in security space where they have more than 40, 50 different tools, different products to really secure their enterprise. This approach cannot scale well. And the reason it cannot scale well is if you look at the mean time to detection, the time when the attack happens and it gets detected or the data gets exfiltrated, that time is reducing from days to hours, and now it is in minutes. So we definitely have to change the pile of products and we have to move towards platformization. Platformization helps because you have everything consistent. all your enforcement points, they are all talking to each other, they are sharing data with each other. It is very well integrated. So it becomes overall easy for the operations team to handle security. We also need to evolve from manual and slow to a real-time detection and resolution. This again goes back to the same problem of the mean time to detection and attacks that has really reduced from days to months to minutes. So your solutions, they have to evolve to be real time. As soon as a security solution detects an attack, it has to act on it in real time autonomously. And we need to have the right combination of this real time analytics, something which is AI driven insights, and completely integrated platforms to enable secure AI adoption. At my company, Palo Alto Networks, we are working with our customers to help them go on this journey from business transformation with AI. It's a big journey that a lot of enterprises are taking. Business transformation with AI. Now, this journey they have to take in a very, very secure way. Our platformization strategy, it really makes it possible. We are helping these companies, our customers, so that they can run fast. And they can run fast without driving off the cliff. We are providing the safety net to spot risky tools, stop sensitive data leaks, and supervise AI agents so they actually do what we want them to do, which is to improve our productivity. And the AI helps us to do all of this in a secure way. This is what I wanted to share. We have tons of literature and material on our company's website. I would request you to, if you have more inquiries, you want to understand more about how to secure AI, I would definitely suggest that we should go to the site and you will get a lot of relevant material there. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Sapan, thank you so much. From bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for taking time out from your schedule. I know you have a meeting just after this. I will not take much time. Just to inform you, our 15 alumni, they are passed out in 24-25. They are working with Palo Alto right now.
Awesome.
And regarding this talk, your talk was very informative, very motivating for our students, and having very good content. So thank you so much. For token of appreciation, we have a memento for you that will be couriered since you are online. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. KM Soni. It was a pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of these things. Really appreciate your help. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Innovation evolves, industries transform, and technology continues to redefine boundaries. As we move forward, let us now welcome another eminent industry leader whose expertise in semiconductor systems and architecture continues to drive technological excellence. It is now my privilege to introduce Dr. Prateek Sikka, Senior Group Manager at ST Microelectronics, India. With over 20 years of experience in the VLSI industry, Sir leads system architecture for general purpose and automotive microcontrollers. His expertise spans SoC architecture, high-level synthesis, systems modeling, FPGA prototyping, and emulation. A dedicated mentor and academic contributor, he continues to shape the next generation of semiconductor innovators. I request everyone to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Prateek Sikka, sir, with a big round of applause. Am I audible at the back? Hello. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to I wish to thank the university and the conference organizing team for inviting me here. From a different perspective, I don't come from directly the age of information technology or artificial intelligence, but I wanted to share some different perspective of AIs and its application into semiconductors. Okay. Any one of you who is a BTech in computer science students here, or all IT students mostly? IT. Which year of engineering are you studying? All are IT? Anyone from computer science or electronics? No. Okay. So when it comes to anyone has heard about ST as a company? Anyone heard about ST as a company? No? ST Microelectronics? Anyone heard about semiconductors? So what is a semiconductor? Yes? Right. So there is a lot of buzz in the news these days about semiconductors, fabrication in India, lot of happenings around semiconductors and integrated circuits. So I will not go into semiconductors per se, and since it's a mixed audience, not directly contributing to the world of electronics, ST is a company which is a semiconductor company. Maybe I have one slide on it. Yeah, so there is some information about ST. So I will hold on to that. Once we go there, we'll talk about that. So first, I want to say that you choose BTech in information technology as your career path. But I want to talk about diverging skills, but convergent technologies. So if anyone in your families who are second generation doing engineering, their previous generation have done engineering, anyone? Your parents or your previous generation have done engineering? So about 40 to 50 years back, there were typically 3 branches of engineering running around in India: electrical, mechanical, civil, that's all. And about 20, 30 years back, maybe not 20, but 30 years back, we had computers, we started to talk about electronics, instrumentation. And now there are new branches of engineering emerging like robotics, biophysics, mechatronics, information technology, which is, as compared to the conventional branches of engineering, still a new one. And now we are starting to talk about subjects like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, computer vision, and things like that. In fact, there are a lot of universities in India and outside who have started specialized BTech in artificial intelligence. Okay, but this was not there 30 years back. Now, why I'm telling you these things? If you look at your desk, okay, if you look at your desk 30 years back or 40 years back, it used to look like this. Do you know what is that? The top right corner? Anyone who can guess? That's a GPS navigation system that you used to put in the car. And then you had a PlayStation, you had a calendar, you had a phone, you had a radio in your home, but now everything is converged into a mobile phone. Agree? Yes? Similarly, if you were doing a civil engineering 40, 50 years back, can I have some silence at the back so that thank you. So if you talk about a house, if you're building a house, it was usually considered to be a civil engineering subject. But now when you build a house, it is no longer a simple structure made of bricks and cement. It has maybe an Alexa integrated it. You have a Google Home integrated it. You have an intruder system working into it. You might have automatic lights, which are sensor based. You enter the room, the lights get switched on automatically. You might have smart locks. You might have fingerprint recognition systems building integrated inside the house. Now, why I'm telling you these things? The message is that even though our skill sets continue to diverge, okay, you might have BTechs in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, but the need of the hour is actually the opposite, that the era is of convergence. That means if you were working for a company like Maruti, which was considered a car with a pure mechanical setup, and now if you are an IT graduate joining a company like Maruti or Honda, this would not have been possible 30 years back when there was no convergence of this kind. Do you get my point? So what is a semiconductor? So semiconductor value chain, as I mentioned on this slide, is total around $611 billion of market. And the value chain means that there are companies which are doing materials for semiconductors, silicon being the most prominent one. There are integrated device manufacturers like us, ST Microelectronics. Any other semiconductor company you know? TSMC. So TSMC is a Taiwan-based company who are doing manufacturing, okay, primarily manufacturing. So TSMC should also be there in this list. And there are some companies who don't have their own fabrication. For example, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, companies like this, which are fabless semiconductor companies. So when we talk about cars, and then we come to artificial intelligence and perseverance into this penetration into this market, what percentage of the car cost is due to electronics components in it? What do you think? Let's say my car is costing 1 crore today. What percentage of it is due to car electronics into it? Let's say the car is a luxury car costing 1 crore on the road. So what percentage of cost is due to electronics components according to you? 5-10 lakhs? So you are close. So in 2020, this was 35%. Correct. They don't have that much of right. So as you rightly said, but now what the message I want to give is, even in a okay, for sure the luxury car which has more features, will have more yes. So it will have more electronics into it. But even for the basic segments of the cars, you will have more, you can say, sensors, more actuators, which was purely a mechanical engineering subject 40 years back, but now it's a fusion subject which requires input from engineers from mechanical, electrical, computer science, packaging, plastics, automobiles, and what all you can think of, right? So like I said previously in my first slide, even though the skill sets are diverging, but the need is of convergence. So as you can see, at the chart on the right is the growth of the electronics component inside the car. What is the total typical wiring length in a car? If I put all the wires in a car together, what do you think is the typical wiring length today? Kilometers? How many of you agree with this? Kilometers? 30 to 40 meters. How many of you would agree with him? 30 to 40 meters? Some of you. So it's about 3.1 miles. Okay. So if I put the total wiring length in a car back to back, so it goes up to 3.1 miles. What is the typical data generated by an autonomous vehicle today? So someone talked about autonomous cars flying on roads in San Francisco. What is the typical amount of data it generates? Any guess? So it's 400 GB, which is 4 terabyte, and it is equivalent to almost 2,500 internet users. Okay. Now, when I gave you these facts, do you think that car is a pure mechanical engineering subject anymore? No. Right? So this is my key message for today. So that vehicles are turning into robots on wheels, which are taking autonomous decisions on its own. They are moving. So if you are reversing your car, if you are driving a car and you are reversing the car and there is an obstacle at the back, okay, so you will have a radar in the car or a vision camera in the car. When you are reversing, it transmits a radar pulse, strikes the target, comes back and says that the obstacle is at a distance of 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, and then it starts to beep so that you have to apply a brake. And even if you don't brake, what will happen? It might auto brake, right, to avoid the collision. So what is happening inside the car? 30 years back, nothing like this. Okay, you just put a reverse gear and the car goes in the reverse direction. But now you have a radar sensor, you have an actuator which is controlled by the brake, right? And you have some software running on the microcontroller, yes or no? So who is writing that software? Software engineers like you, okay, who is taking this decision in real time, right? And sending the signal to the actuator to apply the brake. So you can already sense automotive, you can sense electronics, you can smell software into this, and you can obviously smell mechanical and electrical systems into it. You with me so far? So where is the persuasion or where is the infiltration of different things? So when you look at a car today, it's more, you can say, new user experience. You can have a passenger detection system. You can have keyless access. You might have a fingerprint recognition system to get into your car. You might have a steering wheels, rear steering wheels. You might have a drivetrain and motion controls. So EV, is a hot topic these days. So you might have you don't have an engine in an EV, but you have a motor, which essentially drives the vehicle ahead. So you might have a self-driving cars, of course. That's one thing. You might have adaptive cruise control. So that means you follow a car in the front and you follow the speed of the car. So again, this is possible by sophisticated algorithms which are running inside the microcontroller and taking decisions in real time. Okay, so you might have tire pressure sensors, you might have maintenance alerts, you might have cool features which more of the luxury cars offers, that you can increase the volume with some gestures. You might want to mute the radio, you might want to make a phone call while you are driving to your home and things like that. So what about ST? Okay, so and how I know the theme of the conference is artificial intelligence, or I would say agentic AI, let's call it, and how AI is shaping and you can say making its way into the semiconductors of future. That is what we are going to talk about next. So ST, since most of you might not be from the semiconductors background, it's one of the largest semiconductor companies of the world. So we are around 48,000 employees, out of which around 9,000 are working in R&D. Our headquarters are in Switzerland, Geneva. And we have around $11.8 billion revenue in 2025 with 14 manufacturing sites. Like I said, we are an integrated device manufacturer. We do design as well as fabrication in-house in ST. Not in India though, but we have fabrication units in Europe and Singapore. So this is our global presence. So we are in India, we are in Noida, Greater Noida, to be precise. And also we have a research and development center in Bangalore. And of course, we have sites all over the world. So we serve more than 2 lakh customers globally, which are ranging from Apple, Bosch, Continental, Tesla, and whatnot. So not just the automotive segments. So if you are using a washing machine at home, you're using a drill machine at home, you're using a TV at home, almost every other electronic component, you will find an ST component inside. So now we come to AI. So AI everywhere from cloud to the tiny edge. So whether it is a data center, I'm sure there might be speakers who talked about security in data centers, you can say data center cloud, management of the data centers where you take complex decision makings, and cars are also turning into data centers on wheels. I already told you it's about 4 terabytes of, someone said 4 terabyte of data, which is to 3,000 internet users per day. So it's nothing less than a data center to treat or manipulate or process this kind of data. Okay. Now, why I say process this kind of data? I am giving a lecture in this room. I might be able to unlock my car while sitting here. Now, how that is possible? I open my car app. I send a signal that switch on the AC. So what is happening? I'm transmitting a packet over my phone to LTE. I send an LTE packet. My electronics colleagues coming into picture. LTE is an antenna, right? RF guys come into picture. I send the packet. The packet goes to a mobile tower. The mobile tower sends it to the cloud where that AI things are working. The cloud sends it to the car, which has an eSIM. There is a microcontroller inside the car which receives the packet. Might be Ethernet, right? Just like your university is connected by different rooms to the university server. So all the cars might be connected to the central server where you receive the packet and take the decision in the car of unlocking the car or turning on the AC, right? So this is how the whole value chain comes into picture. And of course, there are virtual sensors and estimation and anomaly detection. So suppose you are falling asleep while driving. So if I blink my eyes too often while I am on the highway, right? So I have to take a decision of alerting the driver that you might want to hit someone, right? Because you are sleepy. So in fact, there are features in the car. If you are driving in a straight line and you are not turning the vehicle, okay, what happens? What happens? So if you're driving in a straight line without taking any action on the steering, what happens? So there are more chances of you falling asleep. So what happens is it detects your driving pattern. So what it is essentially doing, you're driving at a constant velocity. Okay, let's say 80 kilometers per hour, not turning anywhere. So it's reading the data from, how does it know? How does it read the data from? Who is telling you the speed? The motor, right? So you're reading the data. What is the data? Current from the motor, because motor is drawing a constant current. So there is a microcontroller which is reading the data from the current from the motor through what? Analog to digital converter, right? So you may not be electronic students, but some of your friends might be studying electronic. So you have an ADC system which is reading the data current into the microcontroller where you have a CPU, where you are doing some you can say agentic AI algorithms, right? Taking a decision in real time of giving an alert to the car that your steering starts to vibrate. That, hey, it's a warning that you need a break because you have been driving too much at a constant speed. Okay? This is a typical one of the use case that you might see in modern microcontrollers used in car. Adaptive control, tiny edge AI, which means, let's say, of course, there is AI about people detection. So if you leave your phone in the car while you are moving out, so it might alert you that you have left your phone in the car. Or you might even put your baby in the car or your pet in the car. So you leave something in the car, or even the keys of the car you leave inside. So it starts to beep. How this is possible? Using some of these algorithms that are running inside the microcontroller. Of course, we do see some barriers in the automotive industry. So there is a heavy investment on RAM for these systems and flash, which is typically the you can say the memory which is used inside the microcontroller. So flash is nothing but the one-time programmable or less programmable ROMs inside the devices. Functional safety, because you can't compromise. So AI is a buzzword, but you can't compromise with the health and safety of the passengers inside. So that is why you always have a fear of sitting in a autonomous car, for example, right? So whatever be the advancements in AI, you can't match the comfort of sitting next to a human being, right? So when a driver is driving, you are obviously more comfortable than in a self-driving car. Okay. So of course, tooling where we need people like you. So for example, in cars, you will have a tensor flow, PyTorch, AutoSAR standards. You might have MISRA compliance. So when you write a software for an agentic AI application, you might have to write your software in such a way that it is compliant to MISRA coding guidelines. Anyone of you heard about MISRA, by the way? No? So it's a software guideline that you have to follow once you write your software and sign off for the any usage in the automotive industry. Okay, so how the AI is evolving in automotive? I can say from automotive because I work on automotive microcontrollers, but of course it applies to any general purpose micros. It's about conversational AI, which means car intelligent systems. You might want to ask your car, hey, how is the weather outside? You might want to start your GPS. Hey, can we navigate to my home? Okay, hey, can we navigate to Amity University? What's the real-time traffic? Okay, make a phone call to my friend. Okay, so you have integrated audio, right? Car audios integrated. Have you heard about Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, these kind of things? So what is happening? So it's identifying your message that you speak out and sending a command to your car audio system that, hey, I have to start the navigation system to go and reach some place that the user is telling you to go. You might want to lock it also with your voice so that someone doesn't steal your car, which again comes with a feature of inbuilt security. Object detection and classification for sure. So you might want to train your agentic algorithm for a pedestrian, for example, for a dog crossing, for a stop sign detection. So for a, you can say speed detection of the nearby vehicle, and for real-time edge AI means virtual sensors. Now this is interesting. Virtual sensor means, so your car is driving. Okay. You have a virtual sensor, which is also driving along with this. Okay. And you do a comparison of your virtual sensor and the real sensor data and take a decision on real time that I want to go in one direction or the other. So you might want to tell that my car needs a maintenance. So for example, your cars already have these kind of features that, okay, let me give another use case. I have changed my car gears 10,000 times in 10 days. Just to give an example. Someone else, he drives a car very smoothly and he has changed gears only 1,000 times in 20 days. Who is a rash driver? I am the rash driver, right? Because I'm changing gears more often. Now, if I apply for an insurance premium upgrade for my car, who is going to have a higher premium? Of course, me, right? Because there is an agentic algorithm running in the car manufacturers or the OEM's server, which reads my data or driving pattern at real time and calculates my insurance premium. Yes. So this is another use case. You might want to use that data to make a real-time decision of how much premium I'm going to charge. And this is a data, basically it's a data science problem that you are trying to solve with a CPU and take a decision that I want to communicate about a typical pricing of a insurance premium for the vehicle. So we talked about anomaly detection, we talked about adaptive control, we talked about virtual temperature sensors. So virtual temperature sensor means your car has followed a particular age and you are reading, let's say, continuously reading high temperature from a sensor. So you might want to model a sensor and take a decision that my car is on the verge of a breakdown or it needs a maintenance after a particular time interval. So Viper plates, plate aging detection, frozen wipers, brake conditioning, sensor fusions. Sensor fusion is another application where you want to take the data from different sensors and take a decision accordingly. For example, you might want to do a 3D map of your vehicle. So you are capturing the front image, you capture the rear image, you capture the bottom image, and you do a sensor fusion and take a decision on what to do with the, you can say, with this data, and plot a 3D view around the car that this is your car is looking like. On this side, you have this obstacle, and the front you have a car. Okay, so this is again a typical application of AI in automotive. Another example is battery management system. So for example, you have a virtual sensors with AI capable, where you are reading the currents and voltages from the battery input, which is charging the battery, and the output is your, you can say, predictive maintenance, so that your battery needs more maintenance. So if your battery is, while charging, is drawing huge amount of current, you might want to model your battery in such a way that your data gets read once your car is in the workshop, and it tells you that the amount of current that it has soaked needs a, so once your battery is old, obviously it's going to consume more current, right? So your battery gets old, your current pattern following a different, you can say, very peculiar pattern, and based on that you decide that your battery needs a replacement or a maintenance. Okay, this is another application. So ST is investing heavily into Edge AI. When I say Edge AI, we are not a server company. We are building microcontrollers. So recently there was a public announcement about a product called P3E, which is the first automotive MCU with Edge AI acceleration for smart sensing and actuation in EVs. So mainly targeted for EVs, but of course you can read about this in the public domain. And needless to say, automotive is one of the lagging industries which is following AI, but there is a continuous, you can say, penetration of AI into general purpose microcontrollers. For example, you might want to control your fan with some gesture, clap, that you enter a room and do a clap. Your machines get on, your face detection. So all that I don't want to speak about because it is already there, I would say. But I am only here to share a perspective from automotive, that the journey of AI has just started, and you will see continued adaptation of AI into automotive systems in the coming years. Any questions so far? In fact, this was my last slide, but if you have any questions about automotive trends in general, yeah, please. Good question. So as I said, as I was showing you this slide about, if you see this car, so your question essentially is that your data is typically generated inside the car. Okay. Now, when I say it's not generally generation, it is also consuming. Okay. So you generate data. What is this data? Cameras, sensors, actuators, your driving pattern, your motor speed, your braking speed, the number of times you brake, the number of times you honk. Yes, maybe he honks too much on the road. Every time you honk or press the horn, it gets a counter. Software, ultimately it is incrementing some variable inside some memory, right, which is incrementing. So what's your name? Kiranpreet. Kiranpreet. Kiranpreet spent 100 times in honking. Prateek spent 50 times in honking. Okay, there is a data which is written inside the memory, as you rightly said. This is inside the microcontroller memory. You might have GBs of data, MBs or GBs of data. You might be exporting it through car protocols like what? How do you exchange data? How do you exchange data within the university? Let's say you are connected from your laptop to your server room. How do you exchange the data? What's the protocol? Either Wi-Fi, right? Either TCP/IP, which is Ethernet essentially, or there are some inherent car-specific protocols like CAN, for example, controller area network, Ethernet, LinFlex, which is basically UART. So you might have file layer connecting within the car architecture. I don't know if I have a slide about this, but let me see. No, I don't have a slide about that, but there is a slide about the car network. So if you look at the internet about a general EE architecture of the car, electronic architecture, you will see how those sensors and actuators are connected. So it can be a consumption. So there are two aspects to your question. There can be consumption within the car and there is a consumption outside the car. What is the outside car? Where do you send data outside? To my mobile Aadhaar, right? So I can say my car location from my phone today, where my car is parked. Yes. So it's a GPS coordinates inside the car. So car has a GPS module integrated, which is sending the data to memory, and some processor is reading from the memory and sending it to where? To the Airtel LTE system, which is sending it to internet, and my mobile is connected to internet, and I am able to receive the data on my phone that this is the location of the car, right? So we call it vehicle to vehicle. We call it V2X, means vehicle to anything. Okay. So ultimately, the data protocol remains the same, right? Ethernet, CAN, LIN, but more and more bandwidth, more and more data, and more connectivity. So when you talk about storage, you can have a AI system. So data centers where this data is stored. You might have a phone. Your phone is also a data center, by the way. It's a mini data center where you are storing less data, but storing some data. So it's similar to that.
Thank you, sir.
Since many of you are students, I have one slide here. So since I talked about convergence at the start of the talk, so you might be IT students, you might be mechanical students, you might be civil engineering students. Honestly, nobody cares. Okay, like I said, it's a era of convergence. Even though our skill sets are diverging, if you are good in packaging, if you are good in software, if you are good in compilers, if you are good in data networking, like you said, good networking engineers, you have edge AI software stack experience, compilers optimization, you are good at AI application bring up, you are good at, of course, product marketing, architecture, front-end design, back-end design, different, you can say, whatever you can bring to the buffet of things and make a successful automotive, it's welcome. Just to give you an idea, do you know finance companies are now hiring electronics people? Yes, no? Anyone knows? How do you predict stock markets, by the way? How do you predict stock market? Have you heard about high frequency trading? HFTs. So how is HFT working? Algorithm. So how do you run those algorithms? How do you run it faster? You need more parallelism, right? So you either use GPUs or FPGAs in Verilog. You actually code in Verilog and run those algorithms in parallel to make faster decision making. So can you make a good finance company run without a Verilog engineer? No. So that was not the case many years back, but now it is possible. So that is why I'm saying, if you 50 years back, your parents' generation, when they did mechanical engineering and they end up in a car company like Honda, so people were happy. Okay. But 50 years back, when you did electrical engineering, people said, automotive company, what will you do there? It's a mechanical car, right? Nothing electronics into it. But now everything is integrated. So the more you diverge, the industry is asking for the opposite direction, convergence. Okay. So this is my key message for today. And any other questions, I'm happy to take. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Thank you. By the way, since you're IT students, there is obviously IT written here. So it's not, so one thing is of course the software that goes inside the microcontroller. There is an enterprise IT which is supporting all the business processes, our applications, you can say product development phase, our business continuity, of course, HR, finance, legal, and these are not non-technical stuff, right? So you might want to automate your HR systems, your finance systems, your legal systems, how I am searching for patents, for example, right? So these kind of things are very highly applicable for applications like this. Okay. Okay, if there are no questions, we can stop here. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your insightful and enriching address. Your address, along with your dedication to mentoring young innovators, has truly motivated and inspired everyone present here today.
Let us now welcome and honor and facilitate our jury members who evaluated Tech Genesis. Let us all welcome Kumar Shashwat with a huge round of applause. I request Wangmei ma'am to facilitate him. Siddharth Tulli. At this moment, it is our privilege to honor and facilitate our esteemed speaker, Mr. Prateek Sikka, for their invaluable contribution and inspiring presence at InCITe 2026. To conclude this session, let us take forward the inspiration that has ignited and hope it will continue to grow within each and every one of us today. Thank you. Have a wonderful day ahead.